Welcome back, everybody, into the Boeing Center here in San Antonio, Texas. We had I would say a little bit of a tech problem here, but we got things back up and running, quite literally, as we had a bit of a power cut. But listen, we're back in action. That was just an electric play.
100%. It was right after the goal that tied up the game 2-2. So
huge,
really easy at least to fix, right? No one had seized free possession when the ball respawned. Like, you can reset that so easily to what it was, 2-2, about 35 seconds left. So it really is probably going to be, is it possible for each of them to get their own goal in 35 seconds, you think?
Yeah,
Or
absolutely.
is it just whoever gets it first, because then it'll be OT if not, right?
Exactly, and we go over to you that it's going to be golden goal, you know? It's but yeah, I think it's very, very possible to go back and forth with kickoff goals. Like, they can happen in an instant, 7 seconds left. And either way, I think we do go to overtime because these two teams have been super close throughout the entirety of every time they match up, it feels like. And this is no exception as well, so we'll be getting into the lobby here in just a second as well. Thank you so much for your patience. We appreciate you being here with us at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championships. Already been an awesome series. As we mentioned, it is tied 1-1 in the series and 2-2 in the game. That just speaks to both of these teams here in this third-place match for League OS and their playoffs here, the Premier Playoffs live in person, as we mentioned too.
Yeah, it's funny how we're progressing, right? It was super one-sided towards Mustang, then he narrowly won, and now we're tied, right, for that lead. Again, it is a best of 5, so this is that third kind of game, right?
Game,
so it's not just this one you win, but then obviously the next one to take things, first 2, 3. So definitely curious to see how things are going to fare. And before we cut, right? So we're kind of talking about how Mustang have been this very scrappy, like, identify the timing teams, take those timings, and it's been Hebron that corrected really, really quickly the issues that they were having in rotations back towards defending the goal, right?
Yeah, they made great adjustments too, and that it goes back to what you said. You said it absolutely perfect with the rotations kind of coming in and one after another type of situation, kept them at bay and kept them kind of guessing as far as where that next touch would come from. So let's get back to it. It's like nothing ever happened. Back in stride. A 2-2 game with 33 seconds left, by the way. So see which team gets that advantage. See which team stay calm under pressure. Alani almost had it, but denied on the goal line.
And Mustang's the one that takes that early contact, that early control usually. So out the gate, that's exactly what they're trying to achieve. Trying to keep it on their favor.
Oh, tough spot. Chase shot. Oh, what a save. Fired one for sure. Now Jackson looks to the top of the box, but only finds Cat Dot instead. Look at Joshing there, too. The redirect's good. What a play from Hebron. Make it 3-2 and a huge moment.
A buzzer beater with 2 seconds left. A huge
wow.
Shot. And Alani just not enough boost left, it seems, to get the air height required to knock it out of the way.
Huge goal. Now at the kickoff, though, you have an opportunity. Keep it in the air here at 0 seconds and try to play into it and chase with the right direction, but this one should be killed behind everybody. It is Hebron with a great late-term goal, and will now march up to match point here in the third-place match.
And again, it's for moments like that that made this first time around be so close between these two teams. Again, the 3-2 in Hebron's favor. Again, OT goals. Again, it was almost Mustang that was able to achieve that victory, just narrowly missing. You saw the realization of that on stage.
It was huge, right? It's massive. Your emotions are kind of through the roof, especially after what happened to this arena happens, and yet you're still able to get back at the fire, too. Mustang was pretty much there.
And again, obviously, this was a condensed match results or statistics just because of the reset, but I will say that that's pretty representative of what Ferrer was able to find impact-wise in the server, right? It was night and day from the previous map, and I think, again, they were at the forefront of a lot of those denials.
Exactly, and yet they kept with it, and then at the end of the day, you find results. It's not always about hard work. You know, sometimes you can kind of use the momentum of other teams around you against them, and but for them, they're feeling it now. So now that they've got them right where they want them in match point, now is when you don't want to let the foot up on the gas. The way that you got here in the first place was by kind of, you know, being a little bit more pushed forward, taking a little bit more risk. Obviously, they need to be calculated, but now third place is just one game away here for Hebron. We'll see if they get it done.
Well, already Mustang once again are leading the charge already. Jackson tries to sneak in, but it passes in the wrong direction. And okay. Lottie. Jackson.
Up in the air. Tries to find. Oh, Shink shut it down. Barrera tries to find it as well. Nothing doing there, so Chase allowed the chance to jump on it. We'll just chop it away here, and Hebron with the chance to breathe in the 30 seconds. Mustang has been heating it up since the last game too, and trying to recover and force a game 5, which wouldn't be the first time, by the way.
Yeah, you can just see Mustang going from methodical scaling. Fast is effective. It's staying on the Hebron side, but finally a breakthrough from Joshing.
Midfield presence has been very tough to break through. Barrera now directed in. And we're looking around, looking for a team out the top of the box. CatDot swings in. Alati took a second to try to regather himself. A bit of uncoordinated play. You see them tripping over one another. Alati pops it high. An opportunity. CatDot try to get to it as well. Where the corner it'll go. As Chase now holds down. And still no gaining ground. This is such a defensive struggle. You can tell the tension is extremely high, knowing what's on the line here for Mustang High School.
Yeah,
right
you
now.
can feel that it's a map point game right now. And it might have been cracked wide open if it weren't for the near miss.
And it's CatDot. It's been there, so it's been
Lots
such a presence there in mid. Yeah, exactly, and it's tough to maneuver around. But this one will playing out to mid.
Breaks to avoid and gets demoed in the process. That's brutal.
Yeah, exactly. It breaks the mentality to Joshing. Fires one, denied. It's Barrera right back to it too. Hebron, ever since that last game got going, finally finding life here just about 2 minutes into this game.
A lot of bump battling here on the Mustang side. Finally a breakthrough though. Mustang, an opportunity.
Jackson.
Chase.
Has a high 2, had boost in the tank. Still didn't find it. And Alati will swing around. Perfect job to play the sidewall and look around. Good pinch out though.
Oh,
that
no
one had a lot of velocity.
It was purely defensive and not enough scaling to make an opportunity of it there either from Hebron. So it's right back in Mustang's court. Jackson not able to intercept, but Alati is keeping it there at the midline.
Sadie will turn, trying to find Chase at midfield, and that's exactly what they've got. CatDot, bottom of the cart, got the flip reset. That allowed him to play a little bit further forward, but still not able to get to it. That directed across through the box and out, and Jackson will gather it once more, and Mustang High School now will have their shot.
A really nice follow-up. Mustang keeping a close knit hold on this follow through, and that's exactly what Jackson's able to achieve, is a follow through goal to once again have Mustang on the board first.
This time Alati just all you have to do is make it up the back wall and then allow the rest of your team. With that 1-2 punch, found you at the top of the box. That passing was on point just because you're able to maneuver around the defense of where Hebron was set up. A massive goal here with 2 minutes left in game 4.
We need to study how many times Mustang gets the initial pass back towards that Hebron side. It helps set the tone here pretty early on. Little fight for the ball in the air, and just like that, it's, again, hovering around this main line perpetually, it feels like, and it's always kind of Mustang to pull ahead.
They're still on it too, right? Here's Chase again, riding off of that last opportunity. Jackson in the front of the box. Great back check there from Joshing. Just enough boost to get the job done, but is it Alati making it very uncomfortable here for Hebron? And now Chase back at it too, stealing their boost in the process. They finally find some, and that should be just enough to get him out here if they can find it out. But Jackson stays tall, making it difficult. Finally, they get out to midfield, but punched right back in by Mustang.
Oh my gosh, Mustang is giving Hebron no breathing room right now. And finally, there's a break as Joshing finds the opening and sailing unprotected, but there's no follow-up. Narrowly misses from Alati.
Back, off back wall. Ferrari wanted that far side post, couldn't quite find it. And Alati, a huge play earlier, by the way. You know, had a little bit of low boost, but still tracked it well to cut away one of them, and also stand strong defensively the second time around too. As Jackson now watches this one pinch all the way across. A little bit too hot to handle, I would say. Chase to pop high. Jackson low on boost, right back down the Chase, and the give and go will get them out.
Yeah, Hebron, they back scale. They realize they cannot have there be 2 goal differential in 30 seconds, and that might have been what Alati almost set them up for. It's just Mustang playing now for the time delay. 20 seconds left.
And CatDot was the wrecking ball in front, trying to clear the way. Not unsuccessful there in this moment. Down to 15 seconds left. Jackson kills more time. Back to you. Now you got a long way to go in a very short period of time here for Hebron. Otherwise, we'll go to a game number 5. Chase away from him. It will pop high, though. Opportunity, but Jackson, the first one to get to it off the back wall, just needs to let it fall. They do. Game 5. We go the distance here in the third place match for League OS.
And after these teams have played the entire semester, we would have it no other way for the League OS Premier Playoffs than a full best of 5. But for me, after our respawn, I feel like this map went a little bit different, right? It was more individualistic from players like Olati, players like Josh, going from defensive turnovers into really offensive counter launches that were, again, singular setups, very direct shots. And that does require, I think, a lot of defensive control and those rotation times you mentioned to be on point. And I think we saw both teams deliver until that final second.
It was great. It was a combination of, big plays there defensively, then re-coordinating and then gathering yourself and then creating those plays. So you're exactly right. It was a little bit of desperation and it worked out for him. And it doesn't always necessarily go and show in the score count, because Olati had one of the biggest moments throughout the entirety of that series, and you come up with 90 score and not a whole lot on the scorecard. That doesn't matter sometimes, right? It's all about those little things that you do right that create those chances that you were talking about.
I mean, that alone has gotten them to this map 5, but they've been here before and fallen short, right, in that round robin format. And again, it was also a 1-goal differential. It was a 3-2 towards Hebron in that map 5. Let's see if we have a repeat.
Here we go. Game number 5 to determine third place for the League OS Premier Playoffs. Live in San Antonio at the Boeing Center at Techport. Who will come to life and finalize? It was very grindy of a game number 4. Like, the defense prowess was unbelievable. Trying to find chances were difficult. Olati found one there, but unfortunately couldn't get around it to generate a shot. But that's okay. He's got some support here. Top of the box. Olati sticks with it, but that shot off the far side post. Chase was there, but not enough of an angle to be able to get one on target. But they're continuously putting shot after shot on the target.
Yeah, that's almost finally a breakthrough for Hebron, and they're taking it all the way towards the Mustang goal line. Fortunately, it falls just short, but they're not leaving this pressure, this opportunity.
It's now Pereira has their shot to dive in. Nothing doing here, and right back out we go. A big clear as Jackson now chops 2. Olati wanted to follow it on 2. Mustang just find ways, even when they're on the defensive zone. It's short-lived as they find creative ways around it. This one finding their way to the Mustang side. Bounce high. Jackson will take it from there, but finds Cactot to punch it right back in here for Hebron. Now floater, tries it, open! Ferreira! First goal in game number 5.
I feel like the goals are so much more team effort focused, it feels like, on that Hebron side, right? Again, the demo sets up the opportunity to finally battle it back towards the Mustang side, and again, it feels like Ferreira's always finding those timings to get that frag into the goal.
Yeah, exactly right. And for Mustang High School in particular, what I liked is what I liked was they were generating chances. What I would like to see further is being able to go more A to B. It feels like they were going east to west versus getting it directly on target, getting a little bit cute with it instead. Hebron said, hey, if we get a chance, we're going to put it on target, and sometimes it works out for you for them. That's why they have the early lead.
All right, that quite close. Chase defensively because the ball is headed back towards their 5. Cat dots. Once again, solo.
Had that double. Had the chance. Well, this one left loose. Olati will take a shot, but Ferreira right back. That's how important it is to be in the right place, right time, positioned well. As Olati will leave this one back here for Chase to mark it down. And in plenty of time, but Cat Dot finds it. Shot taken. Jackson digs it out yet again with a big reactionary save.
Okay. Now it's their chance as well to battle back. Jackson leading the charge. So we mentioned that conversion from defensive to offensive is fast and furious from Mustang Olati in the position. But Zadia Pereira again with that defensive line held, but it's not over just yet.
I cannot believe Pereira got back to that one, read it well, and somehow able to keep them at bay, because that would have been the equalizer. And about halfway through the game as well, Chase just wants to backtrack it over to Jackson, gets a quick flick off. But Joshing had the support just in time for her to chop it away, but it's into the hands of Olati. Wanted that one to swing wide. Jackson on it too. Yet another big clear to relieve some of the pressure, but it continues to mount. Joshing, shot taken, nobody back. 2-0 for Hebron.
Oh, and you saw it again, that kind of stopped when it felt like it was going sailing deeper, and it felt intentional for this exact moment. That ping-ponging again, these plays are so cohesive, dueling up, the communication just surging on that Hebron side, and now 2 minutes, 2 goals ahead. Mustang finally as well are, oh my gosh.
Yeah, you feel safe until you're not, because the Mustang High School, they're right after you too. They're going to be generating plenty of chances, so there won't be a lack of that here late. They will not be denied for too much longer. But for right now, you've got Cat Dot swinging around. That pass connects as well. That breakthrough for a 3rd time, running away with this game 5.
Oh, wow. Ferreira, again, is that just chaos element introduced? It looked like Cat Dot was being a traditional entry. You saw them hard break to try and run interference, and it falls short. Ferreira is crazy on these short side plays, these bumps, and just like that, yeah, Mustang's chances are starting to gallop away.
Their simplified nature coming in big handy here. You can tell that they have this confidence. They want more! When it rains, it pours. This team on fire, make it 4-0 now.
They're racing circles around Mustang High School right now. Great try there from Chase, just narrowly too late. And yeah, this is a very stark departure from the expectations of a close finisher here on game number 5.
Eladi wants to try and get one, a double. Almost directed it there. It's still on it though, Chase. I love the no-quit attitude. It's Eladi at the front of the net, but all 3 have committed up here at this point in time. But Ferrara actually had some trouble handling it.
Ooh.
Off the back post, Shawshing, not a lot of boost here. Jackson fires it high. Now Chase to follow 2 and will flow 1. Wanted to find Eladi, but he had ran out of boost. He was already on his way out. And for that reason, back out you go, and he brought that much closer to the title for 3rd place.
Now another chance, just to move under the minute mark to go for a set play. Eladi again leading the setup here. Jackson trying for the follow-up. It's sailing, but just too high, and they try to keep it up, try and get another counter, but it's Cat Dot again, keep it sailing back towards the Mustang end of things.
And Jackson needs to spark something, knows this.
Not again.
Try to collect it. It was high. Chase now and find Eladi as they will push it forward. Time running thin for sure, down to 30 seconds left, and at this point in time, it would be a lot. And Cat Dot backwards towards the net, almost an own goal. Get a little spicy here, another shot taken as they just continue to showcase what made them successful in the first place. And now it looks like a lost cause at this point in time.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go. Again, Hebron activated. Okay, no risk, high reward mode, purely defensive until the last few seconds. And
they earned it. Yes, they do. Down to the ground. It should go here eventually. What a season it's been as a whole, and live in person, they do not disappoint. They won Overwatch, and then they come here, and they're able to take it in Rocket League as well for 3rd place. Why not one for their own as well? Because that's what we love to do. 3rd place, and the League OS Premier Playoffs belongs to Hebron High School.
Wow, and it is almost poetic that Ferreira gets that kind of crowning achievement on top for the 5-0. If you weren't convinced last time about the closeness of this matchup or that Hebron deserved this win over the Mustangs, they just proved it here and now. It was no fluke.
It's crazy to see like the variety that we got here, because there was certainly a time where it was one-sided for both of these teams. Like it was Mustang High School that had the very much one. Yeah, was it map 2 that they had? Regardless, it was a very high differential. Like they had some decisive wins, and yet there were some close ones in between. We didn't see overtime, but we saw a lot of heart both ways too. I love that both of these teams put everything into it. Game 5 a little bit, against what we were hoping to see in a close matchup, but for Hebron, they disagree with me completely. They say that's how we wanted to get the job done.
Yeah, as long as it gets to 5 games, right? And
that's
you
right,
kind of saw this really strong growth curve as well, again, from the side of Hebron, identifying those mistakes, patch them up really quickly, and I think that's why they were the well-rounded squad on the stage here. And that was the benefit of showing off this 3rd place match, right? Giving both these teams that chance to play in front of a crowd. And honestly, the Power Outages, I think, put more focus on them because they were the only game up and running.
They played lights out, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
And quite literally, we're able to get the job done. Refocus, too. It's going to be difficult when everything goes awry to kind of dial back in. So I love it. And sometimes that's what a deep roster will do. And you have some support from other teams there. We talked about Hebron. May very well be considered, in my eyes at least, the Fisher of high school right now with how much depth is on this roster and how much resilience this team has too.
Yeah, another title again in the League OS ecosystem headed their way, at least in the third place category, right? So at least putting respect upon their name. But again, big shout out to Mustang High School. Again, the underdogs that came out on that road to San Antonio as a surprise and then getting the opportunity to play here on the stage. Again, they have the horsepower behind them. I think some structure and some discipline, and I can't wait to see them next year. Exactly.
They get to grow on this, too, and then become a team that's, more and more developed, and you have kind of the changing of the guards. We always talk about how some of the ones that are going to be graduating here, the seniors, that maybe already graduated, too, so, like some of them already have, looking for their future as well. We are actually casters of the collegiate scene. Maybe we'll see some of these high schoolers at that next level, too.
I hope so. I mean, I'm over at Kennesaw State University. They
that's right.
Yep. But before we end out our League OS Premier Playoffs section over here, one last call out, because while we were finishing our third place match right before, I assume, our power outage, the finals actually finished. So great congratulations to Benjamin Franklin Senior High for, I believe, a 4-0 over Noble High School to be the actual League OS Premier Playoffs champions.
Fantastic. I know the boys, X-Sync and Cooper, hyped about this one. P4 as well. That 3 squad has been doing it for a very long time. I've gotten to see them around the block. X-Sync, stay plugged in Coca-Cola All-Star, got to get to know him. That team is dialed in almost RLCS level players here in North America. Like, that's young talent at the end of the day. So I wouldn't say that I was surprised that they would be able to take it. They were just that dynamic and very talented high schoolers. But congratulations to them as they take that victory. I know they're hyped about it. I'm excited to be able to talk to them afterwards too.
And it's great then that these teams get the chance to play against that skill color. We see where they can get to one day and see maybe if any of those games were closer, that they can in fact play to that caliber. And with that, again, thank you for taking a look over at the League OS Premier Playoffs for Rocket League. It's been very light and Zoe taking through the action, but that is not all for the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship presented by the Army National Guard. We're going to go through a quick break, but when we come back, the action continues.
Sometimes I lack the bravery, 'cause I know I fear the end. One day we'll see a victory. gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that, so what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you, but what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down, and I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in nirvana. But if I'm but I'll hold you closer while I can. I never told you that I'm slightly broken, that I might lose focus when I am. I know you know that life gets colder, colder when you're frozen over like I am.
to explore. Imperfect visions, like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you, I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end.
Got wandering eyes that I seem to follow. Can only stay still for some time. I've never aligned with the city's pulse, that makes it easier to leave behind. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering that could be the one you're missing. I just wanna get to know brighter lights in Tokyo. Somehow hear it whispering I could be the one you're missing. see it in color. Lost without you, I can't make it through the night. How come I'm not seeing in color? How come I'm not seeing in color? So far gone. Go on myself. I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, they dream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon. Come cold blood, selfish. Your words are painless. I like when I drive and feel so dangerous. They say I'm a red flag, 'cause they want it so bad. You should know I'm holding on to what I have. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
Baby, I just wanna be alone. I don't need your company, stop blowing up my phone. You don't get the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
hard to breathe? Why does it feel so hard to breathe? So hard to breathe. Never found, but these voices bring me to my knees. Again, why do you waste your light on me? Again, feeling the ground collapse on me.
I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first. But I've only stumbled over diamonds, and I no longer fear the worst.
I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, 'cause I gotta get to you. I would climb 1,000 mountains, swim across the darkest ocean, 'cause I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, 'cause I gotta get to you. 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie, they just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive, how have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974.
Hey folks, how's it all going? We are finally back and we are bringing you some Overwatch. This is the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship, and this division in particular is going to be the EGF High School National Championships. My name is Arcast, here with Strive will be your yappers for today, and we are bringing you to the upper final. This matchup between the West High Vikings and Hebron Varsity.
Yeah, I'm super pumped here. All right, thanks for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be back here on screen. I'm very much looking forward to this. I've heard tidbits from different people at the event, what's been going on, what these two teams are all about, just a kind of gameplay and level of performance coming out. And I think we're in for a banger of, I'll say, the rest of this afternoon here for those that have been there. I'm sure that the teams and coaches and players have all been at it, and it's been a hectic day nonetheless. I've heard some ups and downs on the venue side of things, but yes, waves indeed. Hello, West High School. Love to see it. So yeah, Ari, I'm super excited. We're going to be getting into our first map eventually in the coming minutes here. It's going to be Nepal, of course, a control map. Tell me about your thoughts, any opinions about this team. I've heard that Hebron is a monstrous team and something for us to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I mean, both of these teams, they come into this matchup from the upper bracket, obviously, winning in that first round of a score of 3-0. So this is a best-of-5 or a first-to-3 match. Of course, the winner of this will go on to the grand finals. And both of these teams, at least from what we've seen, have not dropped a map yet. But, like you mentioned, the reputation of Hebron, they both are teams that you should be scared of, but one's maybe just a little bit more notable based off of what we've heard today, right? We have no real statistics to prove that. We just hear that they have been a dominant force. The games that they are winning are not even close by any margin.
Yeah, and from my perspective, some of that we'll call it secondhand information. It's kind of fun to keep in the back burner, but as we all know, in both in a best-of-5 series and in a LAN environment, things are very, very different for those that have competed locally and in person. Just the energy, the pressure, the camaraderie, and also the I'll say the opposing forces between two teams battling it out head-to-head in person. It adds a lot of spice to the world of esports and gaming. So for those that have not attended a LAN and are joining us here today, get out there and support and participate, because it's a lot of fun. But also for those that are watching at home and even in person, just know that there's a lot at stake here. Like, we are competing in person in a fantastic venue put together by a fantastic tournament organization group, and the stakes are high. This is grand finals eventually here. After this best-of-5, we have one more, which is going to be the lower finals, and then we're going to go to the grand. So it all gets wrapped up in the next coming hours. And, if I was sitting in one of those team members' chairs or those team chairs, I'd be feeling the brunt of it. And I'd be very much looking forward to the matchups for sure.
Yeah, as long as nothing changes, we should be your yappers for all 3 of those games. So we'll kind of help you push the storyline, notice some of those trends that go with these teams throughout the various games. But for right now, if we want to hone in on this one and just the general meta, of course we can, but we always will talk about the comfortability in just the general hero pool of these players, along with then how that shapes up with the meta, right? Because these are not maybe the OWCS pros, things like that, right? You are going to have maybe a few unconventional picks, but if those teams believe that they are capable of standing with the top, if they are the highest ranked players, they could very well have those, caliber pro style.
Yeah, 100%. And we're right into the game here, tossed into the mix. We've got Sigma on the one tank side, on the opposing end of Ramatra as well. So control point's going to unlock at this point, and now the battle begins to take a hold of the point.
Yeah, looks like a few quick picks there. Not quite seeing exactly what happened, but maybe that good defensive positioning, kind of just starting down on towards the point, playing around the corner, ring around the rosy, if you will. And it will be Hebron that find themselves at first point. Cap, of course, there is going to be the Maga swap now. King Size opting for a lot more HP, to say the least, as well as those big fiery blazing guns that will be used for a quick engage here to point.
Yeah, I'm all about it here. You got a great little bit of mobility support from the Lucio. The Kiriko can definitely pump and keep heals forward. You have a great bit of shreddability as well, but you can see here, Elon is just staying alive and doing really good at keeping the shield managed. On the backside there, you can see Tuyu is just fighting the Pharah, and unfortunately comes out a little bit short. So the saga continues as Hebron is holding on with 34% on that control, and West High School now going to have to recalibrate and readjust. Ults are coming up and some changes as well here as Tuyu decides to go Tracer to throw a little bit of chaos into the mix.
and back to the Ramatra actually is king size. So
Yep.
a bit interesting that we're seeing these swaps come, I guess I would say earlier into the mix, but at the same time,
Yep.
it's not surprising because you want to get it earlier as opposed to later. My only worry is that the second guess starts to show a little bit of vulnerability, a little bit of weakness in what exactly they're trying to feel out here against their opponents. But it looks like that defensive positioning, start to be the case for Hebron. The only problem, though, is that they are now down numbers if you're West High School.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this Tracer pick, right? Because if you look at the side of Hebron, you have Sojourn with the slide, Farah can fly away, Emon can just go ahead and face tank anything, Johnny G can blink, and then Mini, of course, can jump out of the way. Like, there's a lot of mobility is what I'm really trying to summarize here. And for a Tracer to gain value with so much mobility on the side of Hebron is what leaves me wondering, was that the right pick in the grand scheme? And at 85%, we're running out of runway space here, Ari, and ults are getting there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough now.
One-for-one trade there, far for Lucio, but now it's going to be that Kitsune rush that tries to pull players away from the point forbid. It clubs up into the mix. That's at least going to tag on a one player, maybe even a second if they can have them come down, but no, at least it's just the one elimination. King Size matches up with their counterpart, though, as they tank down the opposing tank of Emong. It'll be the barrage, though, primed and ready if they do choose to use it, but it looks like it is going to be that reset applied since the tank has gone down for their side, not wanting to throw any more ults into the mix if they feel they can win it in this next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good choice on the side of Hebron there to be conservative and not go for a YOLO barrage. And there's the pulse coming out there from 2U, unable to connect on anything substantial now as both teams are regrouped and reset. King Size here wants to go ahead and brawl heavily. There's the barrage coming in from the side as well. Tranquility is able to get Beast out of the equation before that barrage completes its cycle. It is now off goes Ramatra, pounding and pummeling away, making so much space. Emon is getting absolutely slapped into pieces here as West High School picks up some steam and come back with the site pickup as well at 50%.
Yeah, talking about a resurgence. I mean, they really realize what is going on for them, what their win conditions are, and for the most part, it is kind of to just brawl it out, right? Emong, not exactly the best brawler of tanks on that Sigma, but still has a solid amount of poke. The rest of the team, though, kind of relying on that self-sustain, the ability to live and get a pick for themselves, not quite playing as a full team because they're not required to.
Oh, that's a massive duel there, won by Evan up top against Soj. King Size now on point and doing what must be done, defending that tooth and nail as Emong is knowing how to brawl close quarters. Shield drops, rock comes through. King Size is getting absolutely pummeled to pieces, but is still holding relatively firm as no, the support in the back line cannot sustain the damage. And the tides have also turned here. Ari 3%, 2 and 1 overtime chance here for West.
Chance, but that's all it will really be. It'll be Hebron that take our first sub-map here. Tsune Rush for good measure, but in the end, I mean, I don't want to say it was fully dominant, but it was convincing, to say the least. Hebron had a bit of a speed bump, but they bounced back after they realized, okay, here's what they're doing, let's just make that adjustment, and that is what separates the good teams from the great teams, that how quick they can find those adjustments and implement them in.
Yeah, 100%. And again, maps like Control, these ones tend to go by in about 2 blinks of an eye. So we're pivoting now onto point number 2 of Nepal, one of my all-time favorites, actually. This is where I think you can see, see Emon going with that Maga. This is one map where I feel like point is so focused and centralized, and there's very minimal, I'll say, entry opportunities as well. So playing that Maga and staying together as a squad of 5, and of course you get the quick little movement here onto point. Emon is already set up and locked and loaded. This is going to be fun for West to try and take control of.
See a big wall out there, actually, that Cardiac Arrest would use as well, trying to keep themselves up and alive a little bit longer. But there's a raid. That's the first strike throughout this map. Emong will follow suit. Mini Carter as well up on the board. Make that a double for them and a clean, quick fight for them.
Yeah, immensely quick. And you look at, like, this is the love-hate relationship with Reaper, right? When you're fighting against the Reaper. It's like, do I bother investing in ability or shooting him? Because I know he's just going to fade away. Or do I just go ahead and focus the rest of the team? Neither option really yields great success because you ignore him. He's absolutely pummeling you close range with a shotgun. And Reaper hurts, man, especially as a beefy tank. Like, he can chunk you really hard. And that's something that I've got my eye on here first, to see what Beast can do on that Reaper and just how many ults he can farm up.
Oh my gosh, massive boop comes out from both the Lucio and the Maga. And it's just like clockwork with the rest of the players. I mean, a pleasantry at that. And Oh, yep, a Viking size. I would probably do the same if I were in your situation, but a reset quick nonetheless. I mean, 2 fights have been gone, but you're not even at 50% yet if you're Hebron, so honestly fair enough.
Yeah, I'm this whole composition and what the Lucio brings with the mobility, the flankability of the Reaper, the face damage output that Cassidy can bring to the table. All of this just is like the epitome of a really slippery brawl that can just absolutely sustain, and face tank. And massive leap by Emon, great target selection. That is one way to run it down.
I mean, absolutely. They're just going to farm up all the rest of these players in here. No way, that's a Blizzard used on top. Sure, you'll find the freeze on a few, but that's the DMAC applied. Johnny G will clean up the remaining players outside, and so that's an ult burned, to say the least. Of course, there are matches for matches in terms of that ult economy for the rest of these two teams, so it'll be tough for West to break through this hold from Hebron.
Yeah, it's been nothing short of turbulent, and the worst part of this equation is you have virtually 5 ults coming up on the side of Hebron. Couple to go, the bomb would be massive as well here, but they're going to have to get to this backline, and that means, you know, dealing with the Reaper, dealing with the Cassidy, and somehow catching a Lucio who's flying around. There's the Kitsune, there's the Beast, there's the Emong, and just look at the target selection here coming out from this team. I mean, these guys are looking through the fog of war with ease, and they're just able to get all the picks at the right time. And they survive the bomb as well. That's overtime. That's a wash on second point on Nepal. Hebron comes out on...
You're just so quick with it. I mean, I know you talked about the target priority, but it seems like every single time they are punishing the Ana. At least that's what we saw from the Maga POV, was that slam would pop up, the Ana would go out, and just completely be decimated. Just one shot from the Cassidy would do it, maybe one combo from the Lucio. I mean, here, of course, we had a great play, the stun on Beast with that Pharah, but in the end, falls a little bit short as one team outdoes the other in convincing fashion yet again. Going to be looking in here towards these two teams and how they maybe get ready for this next map. Of course, Control. But now we move on. Of course, the team that does not find themselves in the victorious column in that first map will be able to choose the map and mode now for the next one. And of course, we do have the various pools coming in, right? Every competition does have their idea as to what exactly they are working with. I can pull up the Overwatch pool here for us right now. I'm going to assume that these teams like to go to Flashpoint. That just seems to be something at the high school level that I've noticed across various competitions, where even though a team will fall short on Control, they'll try and bounce it back with the Flashpoint, get out to kind of a quick 1-on-1 so that you don't start those hefty, long-running maps with many minutes, right? 4 minutes one way, the other, and then, of course, time being added after every segment that comes through. So I'm going to assume Flashpoint is the way we are going here. Of course, those maps available in this case going to be Servasa and New Junk City. So out of those two, traditionally teams will pick a lot more of Servasa. However, I personally like that New Junk City a little bit more. I think if you're a team trying to kind of outplay your opponents, going to something like New Junk City, which is a little less played and something that is a little bit more appealing to your comp, or at least what you were trying to run, I think that's your best bet, right? The Mei playing into those factors. I think as well, if you are set on running the Mei, something like Eichenwald, where you have kind of big bridges to play with, or I'm thinking of another hybrid map, I believe it's Midtown as well, something that you can just go under those few chokes and then kind of wall them out and pin players into, you know, the necessary fights that you need to make them in.
Ari, I'm back. I'm alive and well.
Hello, Strive.
The gremlins got the best of me, but alas, what did I miss? Was there anything immensely spicy in the past 2-3 minutes, or did we just wrap it up and that's the end of Nepal?
I mean, if you're a fan of waffles, I did a little bit of that, a little bit of waffling, but other than that, no, nothing, no gameplay, no interesting dances on the player cams. Instead, we're just, you know, we're yapping it up, talking about the potential possibilities of what that next map looked like. I was saying a little bit of Flashpoint, potentially a Servasa, New Junk City being the pool. I was going to say New Junk City based on the comp we saw them run.
I think so too. New Junk City, again, all-time banger. I think it really plays well into what Hebron brought. Ooh, actually, we're hearing from the back end. The bug in thy ears is saying that it's going to be King's Row. So if it is King's Row, I mean, There's a classic ongoing debate. Is Kings Row the best map in the game? My humble opinion, yes, I love it. I think it's amazingly fun, and for whatever reason, to me, it speaks true to the heritage of what Overwatch is and just what the community loves. So, if there's one reason to play Kings Row, that would probably be it for me. Composition wise, I'm just thinking out loud. I've only seen these two teams play this initial Nepal point thus far, obviously. So I don't really know I don't really know what they're going to pick out, but bans are coming in actually in the earbug too, and Reaper ban and a Lucio ban. Are we surprised? I'm not surprised about the Reaper ban. I'll be 100% honest with you, Ari.
I'm a little bit surprised on the Lucio ban, though. I mean,
Okay.
obviously, it does propel one team a little bit further, but I think with this given rule set, both teams are unable to play the characters that are banned. So, a little bit interesting to see how that's going to also find the workaround. I mean, you're looking at an Ana for the one side. Does that get punished over and over, even though that speed is gone? I mean, you're still looking at the aerial assault from the Pharah without a Mercy, right? We're not doing any of that action, but that was still finding the value in the end. And so you're like, okay, what exactly is cooking? Of course, that's for the players to tell us as the cards fall and as this game starts to get underway.
Leaves a lot to be questioned. And with Hebron here picking on attack to start us off on Kings Row, this is a team that I think is going to be immensely exciting and very impactful on attack. Just from what I saw on their play style on Nepal, they know how to target select. They know how to dive as a team. They know how to make the right move at the right time. And I feel like the harmony between their hero selections and the ability usage is just textbook. Like they execute a strat and that's what they focus on. There's no midway changing of direction. I don't feel any sense of wavering decision making, if I could summarize it for you, Ari.
Yeah, I mean, I do leave it up to these players to kind of dictate how the series goes. I mean, obviously, this is why we play the games. There can be upsets, there can be things like that. But with these two teams and with how strong that they have been, I mean, you almost start to be like, okay, what is the wild card factor that we're going to see, right? Is it one player rising to a challenge and breaking out of the gates in a crazy, amazing fashion? Or is it the other way around where you're seeing a team force out mistakes? Or is it just the battle of which team is more consistent? And, reputation would maybe argue it is Hubrin, but is that the case, right? I mean, we see Ghosty Boy here on the Wuyang.
Overwatch crossed the line.
Wu Yang's a
And the
awesome
world
choice,
paid the
can have
price.
a lot of value on the table. I'm liking the Emery selection for the side of Evan's corner to use back on Tracer version 2 Orisa Ana, so that's kind of to be expected. On the opposing end, you have the ever so chunky Emong on the Maga, and against an Orisa and a team that's trying to hold a choke, I am really interested to see their target selection and their dive. If they can get past this initial choke point and get one pick, I foresee a Hebron landslide coming through.
The Widow, of course, a little bit of a fun pick for the first few moments. Will it stick on out, of course, though? That's still to be determined. You take that offensive angle, and you're honestly out of spawn now, so your battle might be against the Tracer in the few coming moments. But Maga very low. Emong, be careful. Just some abilities being taken out in the feed. That is until Tuyu finds the first strike here. A very nice play from the defense just to find the value that has been given to you, and that'll be Beast following suit shortly after.
Yeah, Beast trying to find opportunity, and Emong now at the choke. The team's going to have to regroup fully. I didn't get to see how a lot of this entire fight unfolded, but right off the rip, I felt like that Widowmaker didn't really have that impact that I was expecting. And part and parcel, the side of West just kind of set up to not give opportunity to the Widowmaker, and that's one strategy you can definitely implement and minimize the risk and exposure. So King here is holding on the high ground, but it's getting pummeled, and alas, there's only so many angles that an Orisa can manage at once. We're watching Tuyu here on this Tracer as well, trying to find opportunity, create some distraction, which I think will open up a lot of space for West to get some picks.
Very much a defensive play now that's trying to be implemented, trying to just take that space early and fend off the players up on that high ground. The only problem, though, is, well, I was going to say you don't have the eliminations to go for it as well, but there's a second one. King size will fall to you, finds one back in response, but for the most part, it looks relatively pinstriped on the feed. I honestly don't even know who has control of this point now until looks like Hubbins start to find their way back to this point. Pulse Bomb, that's a big stick, but is it enough to get you all the way through? My guess is gonna be no, but here comes the tank on back. There's certainly a way through. Any ults to say on the mix? Well, 30. not 30, 95%, and 5% closer. You're finding yourselves a way through. There's the nano boost as well, so you are certainly back in this one. Look at this tactical retreat coming through.
Yeah, good usage of the nano, and I like the respect on the ult as well. Orisa choosing to hold the ultimate for a better opportunity. Looking for a spear connection. Massive rock comes in from the Sigma. Here comes the barrel. There's the window as well from the Baptiste. There's going to be a lot of pressure here to hold off, and Tranquility is working overtime. 7 shifts today alone. And going for the ultimate. There is the connection. You're going to kill. No! Actually, one. No, I lied to you. Alas, the Sigma pick through and through coming in. The Illari ult. It is absolute chaos here on this point, Ari, and we're just watching it all unfold from Kingside's point of view, who is fighting for dear life.
Yeah, I'm talking about a TDM style battle we've got so far, and Raid just can't get through the window quick enough. So reset in order. Alpha Cobrin. Of course, they will have a few more chances, just a minute remaining, and 2 ticks on the board means they can kind of sneak away things that they would like. Also, with the ult economy, I mean, it's 3-1 right now.
The ult economy is going to tell a lot of tales here. To you, getting a little nappy nap session here. There's the lamp as well. Emong is able to get the pick. There's the barrage coming as well, unable to bring home the bread. We're still waiting patiently for 2U and Ghosty Boy to try and make something work here and keep this pressure on. 38 seconds leaves Hebron with 1 more in the tank, I think, here.
Of course, that will be the cap coming through, though, in the end.
Yep.
So West High Vikings will have to posture themselves up for a different segment. Of course, they wanted to play King's Row, and now they get to see a little bit more of it. So you got that going for you. But at the same time, 2 ults looking at 3. Expect them to at least find a good opening in this next one. Cycling is what we're going to be keeping an eye on for the most part. And a little bit of the mark there onto the Tracer. You can see them almost looking dead on through the wall.
I love Sigma on this map, by the way, Ari. I think it's just such a potent selection altogether. Like, you can do such a great job of zoning and absorbing damage. With your mitigation stats on King's Row as Sigma is great. And with that, here's the lift as well. Up goes one above Emery. I didn't catch who it was. King Size now is getting absolutely rocked. Crazy output there coming out from the side of Hebron.
Disgusting. I've never seen an Orisa get booped around and manhandled like that so crazily. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a swap. I mean, you just need that a little bit more duality in your play, the ability to both go and play that offensive role and as well come back and soak up the damage for your team. The Orisa pick is good, but with what you're being asked of with the rest of your team and how they're playing this right now, I think the Ramattra fits a little bit better. Of course, the ult charge is going to dissipate. Instead of 70, now 23. But of course, you're on the character you want to be for this final fight.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And the good thing about playing a shields type pick like a Ramattra or a Sigma is your shield is not necessarily just used for face blocking. You can go ahead and block off the sight lines of healers and do so much more with that. And oh, nappy time here for Tracer. 20 HP and a Dream, but still alive and in the mix, so all good. Yeah, back to the comment I was making. Emong is doing such a good job with the shield placement and just adding so much value to blocking the sight lines of the Ana and the Wu Yang in some cases where they just become invalidated. And the front line is very, very strong from the side of Hebron. Like, you just watch the output of Beast and just how quickly these barrages are being farmed. I think it really speaks volumes to the impact that Pharah's been having so far.
Absolutely. I mean, especially in a meta that you could argue maybe isn't as flyer contained and heavy. It is a really nice way that they're finding this value consistently. Of course, that's going to be the Nano beating the Barrage, and the Barrage will just be taken down by the Fisticuffs. That's not going to be super good for your HP. The backline forced to retreat yet again. And the Invincibility Lamp field burned on out. Just be players backing up, holding on for dear life, grabbing the L charge that they can, but for the most part, that is a lost cause.
A little bit. 2U there had really good tenacity on that Baptiste fight. I mean, you saw the camera, the POV change, but 2U was still going at it. Now does have Pulse available. We have the Nano up for Tranquility as well. Massive shield there from King Size, absolutely soaking up so much damage on this pre-choke position now. And exactly what you said, Ari, able to take a bit of a better beating and a bit more duality in a sense that, you know, you can get in and get out a little bit more peacefully. But as I say that, not so much. Rager is able to pick up King Size, and that should open up some more breathing room for Hebron here to get this point moving.
Yeah, the only worry is that once you are doing super well, you got to make sure you don't overcommit into that space like you saw maybe 1 or 2 players going down that probably shouldn't have. But in the end, I mean, Hubbard shouldn't have too much extra space that was free and given to them. However, of course, this little Tracer battle we've got going on the side angle, trying to swap out, find that initial target. And like you mentioned with that target priority earlier, it's going to be Ghosty Boy that falls first. The Tracers both falling in rapid succession, but it looks like Hybrid still have those numbers.
Let's go with the one more kick at the can. A purple king size is just trying to survive, and it's very hard when, like you said, you're getting bullied and CC'd left, right, and center. There's a lift as well now. Emery going in for the Hail Mary. All gets relatively absorbed by the shield off the rip, but Evan just cannot sustain. There is no heal output in the mix, and Kuyu is 175 HP in a dream. Gets annihilated really quickly, and that's going to be the escort complete as Hebron is able to take it all the way to the finish line.
It is honestly a little validating to see Mini Carter on the Ana as opposed to the Lucio, right? Just to show that they have that duality, not just to play that one particular style. Same thing can go for Hubbard as well, just as a school and as a team, how they play this game. The fact that they have such a good Ana player, at least in that last 2 fights, picking up 2 eliminations, and then on top of that, with the Lucio and the Control doing super well, you start to wonder, what is this team's weakness? They did get stopped over towards that control point at the beginning, but in the end, when they got the ball rolling, it looked like they were good to go.
Yeah, once the candle was lit, it was on fire, to put it shortly. So coming back in now, side swapped. Looking at the selections on the left side there, West, Emery, Tracer, Diva, Kiriko, and Juno. On the other side of the spectrum, I like the Tracer as well from the side of Ragear. Beast back on the Pharah. Emong on the Sigma, Kiriko, and the Ana as well. So not too many changes here. And what I like from Hebron is, I mean, they seem to have a nice little formula, a nice recipe, Ari, and they're sticking to it.
Even find me?
Yeah, I mean, I think it might change a little bit if those pieces don't add up on this defensive side, but for the most part, I mean, this is a comp that you'd expect to honestly flourish a bit more on the defensive side than on the attack. So the fact that they did so good on the attack means that this must surely be the solution to all their problems here on this particular side. But new half, new me potentially for the West High Vikings. They can find a way to break through, or they'll be stopped for a few more minutes. Of course, good time to work with, ults to be farmed up, and the initiative to be made shortly.
I like how we have the POV on King Size, because I think a lot of the success on this first point obviously rides on the ability for King Size to find the right pick and to open up opportunity. Survival, of course, is critical. Time is of the essence on King's Row, and Emong is able to get one opener onto 2U, and that eliminates your flank ability, which you can see Beast right away fearlessly starts taking a little bit more space and crosses the fringes over past the choke and pushes everyone right back into spawn for a full reset.
I mean, you like to see that even though, you know, there's one elimination, both teams start to react and realize what exactly they need to do in order to get the most value out of the situation, right? If it's you guys losing one, you know, backing up would be super nice. Same thing with if you find one, well, now you've got additional space to work. This is going to be a path up the stairs, though, and the team is split, so potential struggle incoming.
Yeah, a little bit, but this is the right strat to take on this kind of moment here, right? You leave 2U down below just to kind of cook a little bit, get some high ground control, and oh my goodness, no, the plan fails as Evan's corner is eliminated. King Size is able to actually counteract and deal with the Pharah, so that's good. The flying agent or flying hero dealing with the flying hero, you like to see it, and nothing too over contentious yet. You know, it looks like Hebron is holding quite firmly and doing a good job.
Down, you know, making sure that you just have this fair 1v1 against the Sigma, and for the most part it looks relatively even. Of course, that health pack doesn't have a different say on this fight. Of course, TU, though, putting in the work. On the other side, the DMAX does not come through on the Sigma. Of course, that means the Sigma in no man's land will fall down eventually. Emong feeling the wrath of the bullets. And of course, now you have Beast on this far, just going for a little bit of poke, trying to farm up that bronze, but looks like there's going to be no real contest here. And the point goes the way of the West High Vikings.
Yeah, really, I mean, King Size is working every single muscle in that arm right now, trying to manage all the target selections and make the right picks. And it's been a stellar Diva performance so far. Watching 2U now, 1v1 against opposing Tracer, Ragear, and Emong is able to get the pick in the end. 2U is getting absolutely abused by Emong, it feels like, on that Sigma. That's like 2 picks in the past 2-3 minutes now. and it's not leaving a lot of opportunity for West to make moves because 2U just can't gain value as much as you'd like to see.
Raid just picked up 3 or 4, by the way, so props to them. That aim crispy clean, you have to imagine. But a good team play just from Hubrin just in general, right? Use that gravitic flux, let your Tracer kind of have that freeway with your opposing Tracer going down, right? No real marking on that. And of course, with everyone up in the air, that's free pickings for them. No real shield to hide from. Of course, there isn't one in general, but now Nano Barrage. Yeah, that's one shot to the face. That'll take you down on Tracer. A little bit whiffy there in the end, but it still finds Vic in the end. And of course, the snipe onto the following remaining players. A little bit of a boop, and no stagger comes through, but I mean, dominant fight to take there with just spending 1 ult.
This is one of the worst feelings on King's Row is when you're just trying to get out of spawn and you have so much variability in the positioning of Hebron, right? You have a Tracer who, I mean, who knows where Tracer is and can blink out in 2 seconds. You have Beast flying above you, and you have so much sustain from the side of Emong. So with that, I like it to see the ultimate come through and open up opportunity. There's the pulse as well as able to get Evan's corner. That's a huge pick if you think about it on the Ember.
Recall forced out, many grabbed, not even needed actually, realizing they're at full health. So a bit of a Kiriko Kitsune rush in the mix here. Oh, that's ambitious. That's sending a message, but I guess message sent indeed, maybe just to us instead of the opponents, as it looks like this will be the Every ult now invested as well. Heavy round shot fired, and looking for another one taking down potentially the Sigma, but instead it finds Raid. And so there you have it, a hope that was turned into a little bit more than just that candle. Fire lit, blazing, and now just needs to take fire on the rest of the players as well.
Yep, 2U is going to start looking for a bit more opportunity to open up this map and go for some back flanking and whatnot, which is exactly what West need to keep this moving along. Emong, meanwhile, taking a lot of close proximity battles, and I like what I'm seeing out of the side of Rager a little bit more. Just continuing to keep Emong enabled and gaining space, because it feels like Hebron is, I guess, slowed down a little bit. Like they've lost that pizzazz, and it looks like West is really making use of their synergy a little bit better. So I'm just hopeful that they can get past the initial choke and again keep that momentum moving.
The absorption of the bullets initially, at least for the space still gaining for the West High Vikings. Of course, there is that gravitic flux, finds 3, and 2 players try to be kept up, but instead Emong will take you on down. Of course, the Tracer doing work against that Shiva counter when there is no more defense matrix available. There you have it, clean team wipe for Hebron.
They're just holding this choke all day, every day, and what I'm starting to get a little bit more concerned about now is we still have the Nano on the table, right? I'm talking for West Side. The Nano is just massive. You have Pulse coming up here in a moment. Barrage won't take long to farm. Fury is just around the bend. This choke is proving to be a mega struggle point, and West don't want to change the formula. And look at this chase coming out here from King Size, is so desperately looking for a pick, but just can't get it. Just instead getting beaten in every which way possible.
It is crazy to me the fact that there is a hard counter in D.Va and you're still on Pharah, still finding value in the end. That sends a message in and of itself. That's aura you could argue about with it, but Hebron just looking so good now. They've got 2 ults to match the 2 on the other side. Of course, just holding on to this choke for the past 3 and change minutes already with the initial pick.
The barrier cannot withstand much more.
We're watching just I'll say a pre-choke duel is the best way to put it. I like how Emong is just playing confidently so far up there, knowing that there's great backline support. And your comment about what Beast is able to achieve is absolutely monumental. You're 100% correct, and that summarizes King's Row for you in a blink of an eye. Hebron just doing an incredible job of holding firm, and they exhibited much of what we saw in Nepal. Just a well put together team, and yeah, a well-deserved play of the game too here for Emong.
The double gravitic flux. Yep.
Massive.
I mean, look at that.
Huge.
Almost gets the 3rd. Stole it away
Rock
from
was
them.
great.
It was.
Beautiful. I mean,
melee in the end.
Chef's kiss, Ari. Like, you have to give it up to Emong on that Sigma. Has just been so consistent, and I mean, that's the problem as a diva, right? You think you can gain some space, you think you can go for a pick down low, you might excel in the air, but if you're in front of a Sigma, you're probably eating a rock, and that's never a good time as a diva.
No, absolutely not. I mean, we saw the same thing with the Ramatra in the mix as well. They kept eating a whole bunch of rocks as well. And so, you know, they get knocked down. The players behind them now don't have some sort of shield ability. And so in the end, then you're seeing them kind of stumble and fall, that snowball that is created in the front lines transitions to the back of the line, and it struggles all around.
I have my eye peeled on the existence now that I'm getting a little bit more insight about what these two teams are all about. When I see Farah now on the side of Hebron, I'm like, oh my goodness me! Like I'm genuinely excited to see what the Farah is able to bring to the table because it's been so impactful in the side of Kings Row. The next map though. I don't know. What are you thinking, Ari? Based on what your gut says, because this is always a good time just to guess and have a good banter.
hmm
What do you think is coming up down the pipeline for these two teams?
I mean, look at them in the right cam. You can see they're thinking about which map. I mean, I have to assume that is the coach talking to them, giving some advice as well. But even the players, providing that little bit of input, saying, okay, this is the map we might want to go to. This is what we're looking for a bit more. And I think you are ironically going to benefit from longer sight lines. What do I mean by that? I mean, this Farah has been such a nuisance because they're hiding around various different corners. I think if you were to go something like Route 66, although I'm not sure if that's in the map pool, uh, that would kind of be one of your better chances, right? You have the option to play in closer ranges when you get to those further points, and then in the initial point, you're allowed to have your Emery go and flourish in whichever way they hope for.
There's a couple different schools of thoughts, right? Like on the one front, my mind says, well, how can we deal with the frontline Sigma, right? But dealing with a frontline Sigma is a difficult feat on its own just because of just how much survivability is on the table. And then the struggle on Kings Row, especially with some of the more narrow alleyways, which is why Hebron was so successful in holding that choke altogether, was the healers are so well protected. And getting to that back line is, I think, what Hebron does a great job of communicating and managing on the go. They're very much vocal about turning and dealing with the immediate threat, not necessarily the most ideal threat. So for West here, I think they're going to have to do a good job of executing that back line, trying to get past the Sigma in some shape or form. And to your point, that might be part and parcel a map with some longer sight lines, maybe a better variation on the DPS picks and being able to shred a bit more and pierce through. I'm thinking a Sojourn would be kind of fun to see just to kind of put out
hmm
huge amounts of damage and disintegrate a Sigma shield or a Ramatra shield with that E. There's a lot of things that you can do to make micro changes, but is that in the West High School playbook? Is that something that they can draw upon today in this very stressful and we'll say impactful moment in their careers?
I both love and hate that you mentioned the fact that they were calming about the immediate threat instead of the ideal one when it came to target priority, and that gave me a sense of self-reflection. I was like, ooh, you know what? I've definitely done that a few too many times, and you don't realize it in the moment. It's tough, right? But to go forward and now implement that, realize that hopefully the coach has given them some input towards that front going into these next maps. That's something that we need to see from this team going forward. I believe I heard Suravasa is going to be the next map going forward. So Flashpoint is our next mode. What are your thoughts on that compared to the control that we previously saw?
I'm getting I'm getting some control flashbacks in my mind because it gives me similar vibes. However, I think that having gone through two maps now, we are in a better position to see what is, I would say, the best of West High School in this best of five series. Like they've had a chance to absorb every bit of what Hebron's all about, see their picks, see a little bit more about their play styles. So if there's one chance to absolutely nail it out of the park and at least put up a battle out of the gate, I think this is where West can really come through, Ari.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like these players are cooking. You can see them like chilling on the sidelines. One maybe a little bit more relaxed, being up 2-0 in this best of five. But I believe we are getting word that some of these players are subbing out, trying to find the right pieces to the puzzle. And of course, those players that we're seeing on screen right now on those roster graphics, well, they may be changing just a little bit more. I mean, this could give them the momentum that they are hoping for, right? With these players swapping out, if that is maybe a hero pool issue, not, I don't even say issue, but just if they plan to go to a certain map where they know one character is really, really viable and they want to put somebody in for that, I'm completely down for it. Curious for your thoughts.
Oh, 10 out of 10. I'm with it. I mean, in a competitive environment, in a team setting, it's always about doing what's best for the team. And a swap might be what the doctor ordered, to remedy the situation or at least contribute to the remedy, not be the solution. So, yeah, I'm all about it. But in the spirit of getting the swap done and dusted, we're going to send everybody here to a quick break, take this chance to grab a refreshment, grab a snack, and get cozy here. Final map of this series, two more best of fives to come. Don't go too far. We'll catch you very shortly.
Hey folks, how's it all going? Once again, we bring you to the West High Vikings versus Hebron Varsity match. Of course, this is Overwatch, a first to 3 best of 5, and right now, Hebron Varsity up 2-0.
Yeah, and we're gonna go and carry on with the theme of this break, which was a player swap. So we have a change coming in here. We have Evan's corner, who is swapped out, and Buddyless is taking the position. You can see there on the right side, that is Buddyless with the longer hair going out towards the seat. Yeah, this is going to be a really fun change. So we kind of touched on this a little bit, Ari, about the intention of player swaps and the value that it brings, and you hit on some of the high notes, right? Different selection in terms of heroes, different play styles, just a little bit of a change up here to hopefully be a part of the recipe that brings success to the side of West as they're on their last legs here. It's 2 series right now, or 2 maps gone to the side of Hebron.
Yeah, I am a little curious, though, if that is also going to mean a role swap. Now, I would assume it's just DPS for DPS, maybe hero pool, maybe struggling one way, or a different one, whether it's mechanics, just not having a good one. But either way, in the end, this could be a very large compositional swap, even if it is only one player. So interesting to see how these players do come in and what the approach is. Of course, there are the bans that we have been notified of, D.Va and Pharah, which is kind of funny because they both directly counter each other in this case, or at least both teams had the same mentality going into the ban phase.
I think it opens up some more interesting comps in the pipeline. And Hebron's the team that banned the D.Va. West High School banned the Pharah. And we have the swap, again, a reminder, Buddyless coming in for Evan's corner on the side of West High School. So I have some questions in my mind, right? Player swap, potential hero pool mix up, and then 2 bans, which I'm wondering if they're at all part and parcel targeted to this change, and if it's all going to come together in this cohesive unit. I don't know if you mentioned it, Ari, because I was just deep in thought, but we did mention Suravasa, but alas, here we are. It is a good old fashioned Runasapi in the mix here.
Yeah, I love to see that. I mean, push now going to be the case, and honestly, I am somewhat worrying, as I was going to suggest that Hebron at least stick with that Sigma. Of course, their composition might change it a little bit, but what they had in mind with that Sigma and how the tempo was, it felt really, really good. But now what I'm seeing with the Maga Mirror, and then on top of that, I'm seeing Cat, a Jetpack Cat, and the Bastion, and I'm curious what's going on.
As JPC picks up Bastion, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Flying Bastion season is gonna happen again. So Hebron looks like they're gonna swap off to the Tracer, actually, off of the Symmetra. This is gonna be a mega damage pump comp for the side of Hebron. I think they're gonna have great sustain, great mobility, and great dive potential if Bastion and JPC can make the right target moves with King Size.
Hebron over on the red side right now. At least Nemong, are those teams swamped? Either way, we'll get that clarified and set all up to go. It will be King Size Tranquility to fall early. Beast, of course, with that Reaper no longer banned. Well, now you get a little bit more of free reign.
Yeah, now that we've got everything squared up there team-wise as to what you're seeing on the top, yeah, totally. Points on its way very nicely for Hebron. And although we're watching the robot move, you can see there Beast has been the selected robot mover. Everyone else is kind of making space, holding these chokes. I like the aggression and the position from Emong as per always, and I'm waiting to see what Ragear can do, how much value this Tracer can add, and what I would say is a very tricky point for a Tracer to excel on.
I don't think that teleport went as long or as far as they wanted it to, but either way, the rest of the team will still make up the difference without them. It's Ragear, like you mentioned, finding 2 picks for themselves. Of course, it will be a Bastion hanging from the sky. Buddyless will go down, and I have a feeling we know why Buddyless is now, and it might be as that Bastion specialist. But of course, as I say that now, it's going to be the Reaper swap.
Watching Ragear cook a little bit here, and has the whole team as well, so the high ground control, and you're very much limited as to how far you can venture up, because guess what? You're going to get flanked on front side of there, and you can see the big push coming in here, the stomp on top of it. Beast is just having an absolute field day. It's like he's invisible. He's got some Harry Potter invisibility cloak on. It's just able to do very much for Hebron and get so much value for them.
mean, that second shot, that flick was disgusting.
Right?
I know a lot of the time you don't say, wow, that Reaper flick was cool, but like, doesn't matter if it's a shotgun doing a high amount of damage. Beast is there with it. Was at first the barrage, the Kara, but instead now the shotgun. Of course, new fight, new me potential. Now is a 1-for-1 trade. This turned down both Kiriko's falling to the floor, but that will soon be mirrored as Buddyless also falls to the floor. Beast, their counterpart, will join, but it's Radar and King Size still about even in terms of numbers. It is just the Magas that have to make the difference, and a little bit of a chase now.
Iman is awesome to watch, by the way. Just so like so adept in knowing when to back up, even if they have what looks like headroom, right? Is so cognizant of the available utility on the opposing end. And oh boy, that's a choice to go in there for Studio. All good though. We're back and together as a team as the Maga v Maga saga continues. As Vinny Carter comes in with a friendly little "Hey, how you doing?" bop for the kill, but contribution from Beast, from Emong, from Johnny, who's I would very well assume Johnny's just pumping infinite heals in the backline. Like, we haven't seen too much Kiriko on the POV, but I just know that Johnny's putting in the work.
Yeah, consistency to keep those teammates doing whatever they are doing. Cage fight from the big spend here. Tsune rushes from both sides. I mean, that is a comedic Kiriko POV if I've ever seen one. But it is Ghosty Boy to pick up the 2 eliminations. He does find themselves with the Maga in a face, but that Maga will also be removed. And now, honestly, the most convincing fight win we've seen from West High Vikings here in this map.
Really good move there from King Size. Great target selection, and like all things said and done, we have Buddyless coming up around the corner with a Death Blossom, which back it up with a nice little Lucio beat. We might be in for a great time here. 110 meters on, well, I'll say the first intro is pretty nice.
Fight, Pulse Bomb, Reaper, Death Blossom, Lions, Tigers, a wardrobe, something about that, oh my. But in the end, it looks like still no eliminations have gone through. That is until the Reapers find themselves in that tiny room. Beast loses the Death Blossom though, and so this is starting to spell for that speed bump that we saw potentially. I think it was map 1.
Literally everything minus the kitchen sink got thrown into that fight that just happened. And I mean, I would love to give you the play-by-play and break it down for you, but if you saw what I saw, that was a lot to process. All I can tell you on the backside of it is West was able to come out on top for the most part here, but the regroup from Hebron is crazy. King Size is getting absolutely pummeled, and look at the damage output here. The Maga v Maga, just infinite healing and output. Emong is going on a side quest, and it's battle of Goomba who first is King Size looking pretty good so far.
And picks the second one as well. Defend up Lucio and the Tracer, of course, easier said than done, as those characters a little bit speedy, if you will. But there's you go, the Swamp onto one, the other one still being chased around, and actually now the forward spawn achieved for West High Vikings. They are not out of this map, and that's the beauty of push. As long as you get your momentum at 1 point, you'll be good to go.
Yeah, we just want to keep that momentum moving in the right direction here. So, H5 coming in here as well, continuing on top of it, massive damage output. There's the balls. You can see Tranquility putting in so much work on the back line, trying to balance the damage. Gets a nice pick onto Beast, straight up close and personal. King Size continues to live. There's the beat now as well, which is going to hopefully keep up the size of West High School. And mostly does. All good here as West has, like you said, already picked up momentum, and they're running with it really nicely right now.
Only worry now is that ult cycle, though. 4 ults to absolute nada for the West High Vikings. So I'm looking at this next fight at least to go the way of Pepper, and the only problem, or I guess the only kind of idea of measurement, is how many ults do they use, how many do they have in the next fight? Well, it's going to be that cage fight, the Death Blossom, and it's good for at least the first. You saw Mog on a sliver HP, doesn't even matter, it gets healed right back up. He of the cardiac arrest, and in the end, the melees take down Tranquility as well as the rest of the team. Just about 2 ultimates used. Hebron very happy with that result.
Don't you just love that feeling when you think you've got the Maga out of the way, and then all of a sudden this health goes from like 6 to 500 in
No,
about
I don't
4
enjoy that
seconds?
feeling.
No, that was totally sarcastic. I don't either. It's absolutely obnoxious, and that's literally what happened there. And Emong is just alive, still alive, and now running at you, just absolutely troubling to deal with. That comes part and parcel off of such a strong backline for Hebron.
3 picks should be matched up relatively soon. A cleanup in effect, and there you go, all 5. Team kill indeed. Of course, for West High Vikings, they still have at least a little bit of time left, and of course, as long as that overtime is in effect, as long as you have at least one person, you can push all the way and provide that come back. But now, of course, is that forward spawn, and as soon as they've worked past it, they've just left.
They took the robot from us!
Well, it's coming back now as West has got it under control. Emon playing nice and aggressive here. Huge Kitsune here, and the dive coming in from Emon, who's low. He's going to survive, but there it is again. Quarter HP. If you're looking on the top right and also looking at the POV of Emon, it is absolutely nuts watching how fast this Maga gets the health back, and they just run it down. It's like they're trying to target Emon. They understand just how impactful this Maga is, but Ari, that's just one of the 5 pieces of the puzzle here. You have Beast in the back, you have so much output from the Kiriko. I'm telling you, I want to see Johnny G's stats at the end of this. Like, Kiriko heals must be outrageous.
Mini Carter, unfortunately, the one trapped at the cage fight with the both Magas, so although the bullets are flying every which way, one pulse bomb does land on it in the end. A few more additional meters gained for Hebron here, but in the end, it looks like they will have to take a bit of a reset. It is a bit closer to those opponents' spawns, and as much as you would like to get that full cap, it is a very difficult task, and Hebron, maybe their reputation precedes them, but right now, they are still 1 minute away in the lead from taking a 3-0 sweep. Full cap or not, they'd still be the victors of the series.
And I just want to pivot back to the strategic side of things, right? I think that there's people really focus on this match, just how fast they can get back to the point. They don't give an opportunity for West to even gain any space, not even close to where they are in the max 93.5 meters. They're just not giving them room. And what do you do at that point? I mean, Ari, like, you're getting pushed back into, you can see they picked up the robot, but not even, a quarter of the way back to the push, back to center point. So it's just nuts, man. Like, West just can't get space because of how quickly Hebron's able to rotate in position.
Yeah, I'm expecting this next fight to kind of just give it on up. Hebron just want to arm up their ults and then find an opportunity, a window to get on in here and win this fight while that timer is fully gone, right? If you use it now, maybe there's one more fight where the West High Vikings can bounce back in, use those ults snowball, but for right now, they're just farming up the ult. So expect them to maybe go down, but no, there is a beat invested from both sides, so a bit of a stalemate here. Everyone's farming on up, and who will be the next to strike? It will be Rager, and finds that first. Buddyless will fall, the new addition, the substitution into this map. But now the rest of the team needs to make up for it. I saw Maul get a sliver HP. This time they actually do fall down. Ghosty Boy only finds that 1-for-1 trade before eventually Hebron find that initiative. Is anyone left in any sort of proximity? It was to you, but even then they are removed. Reaper last-ditch effort, but it won't be there. Buddyless is unfortunately going to be victoryless as the series goes to Hebron. They'll be your champions of at least this series.
Yeah, stellar job from Hebron. I mean, they absolutely shone in every which way possible. And just watching Ragerear on that last POV look gave me a sense of what this team's all about. Just again, excellent target selection, excellent tenacity, not letting go of the target inside. And you can see Ragerear just running that Lucio down, and I think that's what Hebron does well, man. They're just able to pull together a cohesive strat, and they execute it darn near flawlessly. They were a monstrous, monstrous contender here today.
I'm so sad. I see Ghosty Boy's number, and I was like, okay. Good to know that's what we're doing here. But yeah, congrats to both teams. Obviously, one of them is still not, going to be sent home completely. They will have a chance to redeem themselves to rematch this Hebron side. Of course, they will be down in the lower bracket, round 2, the lower final, if you will, against Da Vinci Alpha Wolves. So definitely a battle that wants to be that highlight leading into the grand final, though that's going to take a few more minutes to get to.
Having completed this series, Ari, I mean, I just want to ask you your opinions or just your insight on these two teams. What do you think worked well? Obviously, for the side of Hebron, many things went right. They were able to sweep the 3 to win the best of 5. What do you think the side of West can alter or change going into this next series?
I mean, I think they had the right idea. Obviously, this roster, whether the adjusted one with the substitution or not, they had kind of similar ideas with the Brawl being their most ideal scenario, right? Trying to play as grouped up as possible and then kind of just run into the enemy team, right? The Maga battles was actually giving them a decent amount of fight wins. And so it is that off-angle pressure that was leaving them in the dust, whether that Tracer Mirror comes through or the Pharah comes in. That seemed to be the struggle. So find yourselves a scenario where you can brawl it out as easily as possible, whether that's the map selection or the heroes, and that will be the key to success for me, at least for the West High Vikings.
I look to the side of West, and I think the one thing they have to work on as a team is finding a way to that healing backline. Unfortunately, in the series, I didn't get to see the scoreboard at the end of it, but I was really honestly curious to see what the heal output from the side of Hebron was. Like, looking at
We had the idea that we might have been here sticking around following the Marvel Rivals train, but instead we will change gears. Instead, it will be the NECC Nationals, the Valorant Grand Finals. That game will be between Northwood and Fisher. So keep your eyes peeled there, as obviously that is a Valorant matchup you do not want to miss. Those teams certainly have reputations for themselves, a rivalry between those two, but that is going to be it for us for right now. We'll toss it to some different yappers. Thank you for listening to us. We will see you guys with a different match of Valorant right after the break. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship. My name is Obi, and I'm joined by the amazing Tiny Shiny. Now that high school esports is wrapped for the day, we return to the collegiate round to crown our Division 1 NECC Nationals Valorant champions. Tiny Shiny, how are we feeling?
I'm excited for this one. This matchup between Northwood and Fisher College is a game that is a long time coming. They've had quite a few confrontations within the last couple of months, not to mention a championship under Northwood in the fall, and then one in Fisher for spring. For Division 1, this is kind of like the ultimate tiebreaker between these two teams to end the 2025-26 school year.
100%. It's a grudge match within the NECC league and outside of it, right? Northwood getting eliminated from CVAL lower run bracket right before the lower finals even by Fisher. So it feels like the tides have shifted in Fisher's favor, but once we get to the rosters discussion there, it'll make a little bit more sense why that might have been a close affair and why it might not be so Fisher coded as it seems. So once again, your grand finalists are Fisher College versus Northwood University. So let's go ahead and take a look at those starting rosters for today's grand finals. Reminder, it is a best of 3 versus those mixed fall and spring have been a best of 5, a best of 3 here and there because best of 5s are a lot of Tiny Shiny, and teams just like to get things out of the way. And speaking of getting things out of the way, Northwood are already champions today, right? They won out on ECAC. They've been playing like all day versus Fisher was a little best of 3 at 9 a.m. and then they've been chilling.
Northwood have won every single tournament they have played in as a school so far with this weekend, which is an absolutely insane thing to think about. And this Valorant team, the last one that could kind of complete this ultimate sweep for all the teams.
And this is like one of the few titles where you have Fisher versus Northwood as well. It feels like to kind of decide truly who are the kings of collegiate at the Forge Scholastic Esports Championship.
Yeah, same matchup in Overwatch. I think it's always these two schools. It's always these two schools that manage to show it up, and I'm noticing very different energy between them. I don't know what that is, but I kind of want to pet it.
They all have them on their monitors.
They do.
I'm so prepared to ask about it
is it
during.
Like their spirit animal or something?
I feel like it at this point. I'll have to like look and see like if it translates to the personality in the server.
Yeah.
But I do want to talk about these rosters a little bit, right? Fisher, Blast, Twin, Cuz, Jeffy, Psych, and on Northwood, Alexander, Benji, Son of Car, Noble, and Ferguson. Now Northwood's, they both have their own stories. I feel like Northwood's though is a bit more complicated, so I want to start there. And why is that, Tiny Shiny?
They've had an interesting situation just with substitutions. We have seen Noble kind of come into this roster and.
That's my mind.
That
honestly defines their roster.
It does.
Now.
You know, it kind of does. And I think this team too, with Noble having to come in, they have not one but 2 injured players now that have affected the hand, which is the one part that can absolutely, going to hurt your chances in the game. So Noble will be coming in. He played very well in the ECAC finals earlier today for Northwood. So I wouldn't call it too much of a downgrade. They're making it work with what they have, but it is definitely different than the usual lineup we see from them.
Oh, 100%. Son of Cartwright joining the roster from UST, given that their program, unfortunately, did close at the end of the previous semester. And I think as well for this team, and that's where the roster complications come in that CVAL match, Coach Joe was actually playing because Noble wasn't quite necessarily assimilated into the university structure just yet. But once again, we said this was a best of 3. Let's set the grounds for this rematch of the semester, of the season. Tiny Shiny, what do we make of it? Split, Fracture, and Breeze.
Yeah, Split coming in as the choice for Northwood. Pretty standard, just hoping for more of the slight take on the early parts of this map. Fisher College electing to defend for most of it. But we were kind of, because we were there when they were picking these maps and the bans, Fracture was one that kind of stood out as more of an oddball for these picks.
Yeah, Northwood really expected Haven to actually get picked up by Fisher. It's got a safe map to choose in both of these teams' hands. That also makes it a coin flip, per se, because it is both so stable. And that's why Northwood was okay with it being a map 2. If you win your map pick, you can push it to a map 3 decider. That's why I think they banned it out. They just thought it would be too strong, too much of a risk. On the flip side, I think the bans for Fisher make sense. They just played Bind this morning, but it's not currently in the competitive pool for VCL, right? For Game Changers. It's leaving. And they just had a really close call against Baker, actually. They came back from a 9-3 deficit to win that map. So definitely want to get that out of the way. And Pearl, they're happy was banned out by Northwood because that was their insta-ban. But Split, Fracture, and Breeze makes so much sense to me, and I'm so excited for them because we haven't really seen too much of these maps from either side, right? this entire event.
Well, Northwood did play Breeze and ECAC earlier.
Okay,
today,
but
so that's not different.
Okay.
tournaments, so-
I'm not here to like shame their win in ECAC, but Pace Gold, if you translate them to NECC terms, they are a Division 2 team versus this is Division 1. So and we literally asked them on a scale of like 1 to 10, what was their silliness score in that matchup, and it was like that was another manager. It wasn't even a player. It was like high. It was high.
Yep.
So this is one where, again, when it's grudge, it's redemption on the line. That solidification of who is the goats of LAN environment. I think it's going to be a bit more serious, but I agree. But again, it's been very here and there, loosely played. Fracture, we did see really dominantly actually from Fisher, which is why I think they chose it from this morning's match, trying to carry that momentum over. But once again, it all starts here on Split.
Yeah, Split. Again, Northwood's choice of a map, and already I think a couple of changes, I guess, from what we are used to seeing from the squad. At least they're locking in. They are taking everything as seriously as possible. I think the one intriguing thing especially is this chamber being picked up by Ferb, something that I don't think we see a ton on Split, if I'm not mistaken. So a more unique pick compared to the Vice that we are used to.
Yeah, I think that's been my favorite part about Split is the versatility that's come out amidst the Whaley nerfs, right? Is you've seen more diversity in the Sentinels. Sometimes you forego the Sentinels altogether, like the Defenders currently are, like we are seeing from Fisher, where you do it for the double controller. On the flip side, you've seen sometimes Vice, sometimes Cypher, sometimes the Chamber. And I think since Ferbsa is usually that secondary duelist alongside Son of Card, this is the best fit for him. It's the aggressive style, can still go searching for those first bloods and TV back, versus your Cypher, your Viper, are more those hard stop anchors, fall back, play retake with your team.
Yeah. And I think another thing that stands out too is Cuz is still sticking on to this Waylay, something that took a very heavy nerf, and a lot of players kind of counting her out as a viable agent on these specific maps. So seeing that one be picked back up again here.
And that's where I can shed some light on that, because I was of the same belief. I was like, I'm not sure how this is going to go. But they played it on Bind today perfectly. Like, their coordination alongside Psych was unrivaled. It was perfect entry, bait, swap, dismissed out. They get all the answers they need because they don't have an official scan agent like a Fade, like a Sova, when you're running this Sky like Bind, and it's going to translate super, super well here.
See how it plays out. I think once they get into, I am interested. I think the big standout for Northwood, or at least for when they were like this really good Valorant team that were winning every single event all the time, Benji and Ferbs were those two players. And I think they have remained to be those two consistent, the two rocks of the team. When it comes to both kind of these flashy plays, you're expecting them to be the ones getting in to get those frags.
Getting in and getting those frags in an early A-main engagement. Whoa! It's going to be Psych again. That double duelist hits hard. And just like that, opening picks go their way. Fisher Carler's numbers immediately back out. It says safety.
They're going to choose to take a safer option here. Blind, though, onto Benji. Get up on the front go and 3v block that one. You're not getting anywhere. That'll be just bullish.
Really, really pacey, nice pivot there from that A ramp to fight that A main fight into stairs to heed that rotation that they really truly read and delayed thanks to that Viper up in mid. So again, leveraging their understanding that they don't have a Sentinel, that it is going to be a weaker, compositionally defensive hold kind of style. That's why they're fighting out. That's why they're searching for these kills. That's why they're going to be so fluid across the entirety of this map. And I think that's what Northwood University are going to have to learn how to expect and play around with. And that's where players on these lurks are going to be super, super beneficial, finding it out, pivoting away from it before that loss of like what we saw on the pistol.
Yeah, it was a complete shock, right, when we saw, we saw them completely just explode out of that smoke. Or Psych, and already a 1-for-1 here on the shotguns in the main angle. Fisher College taking advantage of that close aim. You talked about them needing to take this space fast to get the advantage, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate again. The extremity players, the lurk players died. The mid scaling gets crunched. And yep, that's as seamless as seamless gets. Just like that. We're gonna go ahead and see this buy up here for this squad. For that of Northwood, this is when you try and right that ship, get that ball rolling, considering this is, in fact, your map pick as well. I will say, the kills have been distributed pretty evenly across the Fisher College board as well, so that's a good indicator of the stability the team is going to bring to this rematch, showcasing that they are the definitive winners after sweeping against Spring Grand Finals. that seed out lower match. And I think there's a good chance, especially with that opener, for them to find a bonus here.
Yeah. Get the opportunity to convert on this for Northwood, but again, already down on this being duelist, or well, technically Sentinel, but he plays like duelist for sure. And Ferbs, we're seeing a lot of value out of the judge, kind of the signature weapon of Split. Should you find the room for it, and Northwood suffering, can't quite take those same angles. Back with Win, finds Alexander lurking in the sewers, does some fancy movement, eventually will lose his head back on the high ground. Cuz has to back off though, blinded, knows that the sign is there. I'll regroup with the team for a heal.
3v2, numbers favoring Fisher. The heal comes through just like that. The dog gets confirmation that the stack is correct, and again, it feels like they're pinched here in heaven, but left because sights down, and just like that, call down a Noble.
And Noble, the 1v1, the high ground on the stairs will do him a lot of good. Spike in his hands, knowing what space there is. Blast.
30 seconds left.
Wanting to play Interceptor. Here's
Perfect
him jumping
timing.
around. Does he know? I don't think he has any idea. He's going to get blasted immediately. I can see why the name rings true. That's a third in a row for Fisher.
Ooh, and the celebrations are already there. Again, at this point, most games are wrapping up. I can see an entire school of fishies probably coming into the crowd here soon to rep Fish. But for now, that is such a destructive round to lose. Again, the weapons come up. Cuz maintains the outlaw, obviously, since it's the #1 eco killer in the current meta. And I don't know if there's much you can say that could save Northwood's chances for this round. You're 2 off from the closest result being that Seekers, which isn't a make or break like a showstopper, like a tour de force is for this composition. So strength of numbers is going to be the idea. Still can't lose control of space with this offensive comp, but again, because every round opener, electric.
He's 8-0 right now. No deaths on this guy, and it's because he's been camping on this objective. On being long, he's going to find another Benji. Falling right into his sight. Surely you'd think that Northwood would learn at this point, but they just keep coming, lining up right in front of him. It's like that 5v2 rotation. Back over towards B, but this spike, so much presence from Fisher.
Now becomes the recovery mission for Alexander. Regroup, Psyche holding the nasty. I don't think they can get away without donating a weapon to the cause.
Run around the corner now. Whoa! Psyche blinking and missing. Great shot from Alexander. Actually comes up with 2 with the collateral headshot. What in the world?
Running a headshot into collateral. You can only get that here in Valorant, and now a 1v2 feels so feasible. 2 off even from the pit, so gets an opener, gets the plants, and suddenly a 1v1 with an advantage. But Blast, again, you think that they would play separate, split up like this, and 25 seconds left. You don't really have time to find the answer.
No, you have to be the one to move eventually, but the question is, does Alexander expect Blast?
Player
Crosshairs lined up. That's a 4th now. They'll be able to get the plants.
Do you invest the pit after the plant is the question. Odd for the ace clutch to bring back a crazy thrifty round, and it's Twin on the other side for Fisher College.
When sneaking his way in. Won't have to teleport quite up yet, but Viper spin for Alexander is going to have to hold on to it for the time being, and potential ace. Insane clutch for him on the cards. This win. Round the corners, game is waiting around the road. He's going to let the shot. It'll be Alexander to do it. Northwood University, or rather Alexander, will get them their first round.
Wow, and it's like there weren't any mistakes necessarily made out of Fisher in that degree of holding the spike in the fashion that they did. They even had that high low to patch up the hole that was that opener against Psyche, and that is a pure momentum timeout here. That's a Benji timeout.
I was going to say. Benji timeout?
That one's a weird one, I'm not going to lie. Maybe they had it like queued up before the round. Yep. That sometimes happens, and they just said, let's just still take it anyways. They don't want Fisher College maybe to figure out something for the next big rifle round. To get that momentum back, they want to close the gap, not to be heroics from Alexander acing to get the job done. But I want to think about how Alexander clutched out that round at the end in that 1v1 as well. Like, just stays on site, doesn't drop the pit, and plays like the 50-50 game as if he's on the opposing side of an ISO kill contract.
That was gutsy just to take the 50-50 there.
Like, even he had a slight health disadvantage too, so like if it's a fair fight, even if you got it right, I'm so surprised. And I wish we could have seen what Utah Win had left, but for now, looking in the face of the sky.
At least we're not looking up Astra's nose anymore. That's something. That was an angle of all time, but yeah.
Well, 31 here, Fisher College. Virgin Path coming online. Sykes, Showstopper not far behind it. Again, maybe Benji just wanted to drill it into their heads that, like, hey guys, they're going to play hyper aggressive. First kills are the name of this composition. And I don't know what they can really do to counter it right now. I like the Judge after the bait from the Viper into mid space is trying to welcome you in and then shut you out. So for now, slower start from Northwood. Safe approach.
Yeah. Taking their time. Have Noble set up. Toxins going up. Spike. I don't want to support towards mid, but Viper roll up on A.
Good timing.
Trying to get the cover. Yeah, fantastic there from Blast, but not a fantastic position for him to be in. Would have gotten some clear space, but Northwood, they got the information they wanted, and they're happy to get out.
Yeah, and it was a trade from minute damage that quickly gets patched up by the sky anyways, but this information was missed.
Cuz happy to grab that one and get the heck out. Waylay nerfed? You don't think so when it's in this guy's hands, and he's still going to look for more. Even has the ultimate to work with.
Blast on the other side as well, finds lurking Alexander, so with less than a minute left, Northwood University hands gets forced, right? Ferbsa, hard to scale out alongside the Rays when you're not both on the duelist and with half HP as well, and a little to follow for Benji. This feels like it might just be the start of a safe call.
It almost seems like it. Northwood, with only 33 seconds left to go, a little too much
30
time,
seconds left.
or too little time rather, to get them over to A site, and B, not looking all that friendly with how Cuz has been doing. Ferbsa, just hold the angle, see if anyone dares to push up further, but Fisher College, they're happy where they're at.
Well, let's see what happens in the next round. I mean, Northwood just took a timeout and things got worse. Again, it felt like a misstep to take that timeout, and something to ask for later on, because right now we have more questions. Will Ferbsa survive? Will they get another Vandal? Or will Benji be able to protect them with even less HP than the original confrontation that Ferbsa is able to finish off? So they keep the 3 strong here. Biggest silver lining of that round, and it's hard to say what exactly they can do against a player like Cuz, who's 11-2. I mean, yeah, they've gotten some deaths by now, but I don't think they've missed a first blood.
I was gonna say, this is kind of just the Cuz show. Like, the next closest on his team is Psych with 3.
Which is really great to see, too, because Cuz had, like I mentioned to you earlier, a lights-out map 1 up against Baker, but then a very humble, like, 6-14 at one point on the Rays on Fracture map 2. So I was worried what the bounce back would look like without proper warm-up, with being off all day, where the Northwood has consistent reps, took a little lunch break, of course, and are now back for the action.
Have to see now how they end up operating. On this front part, but get that first blow this time, at least. The Seekers popped out this time by Northwood as they're looking to go in. Blast is firing through the smoke, will end up getting hit by the Seeker mid-reload. Nobody really to follow up on it, though. We'll get the spike planted on the B sites as Fisher College completely spread out.
Showstopper for the retake, given the number disadvantage, you expect them to invest it, but we'll say Blast is usually that opener, that stable force you can send forward first. Terraform to land. Noble spotted out, trying to draw it towards the backside when they have a really deep position instead that might go unchecked.
Blast goes up, just gets stunned off the ladder. The spike is down. Noble wins around the corner. Great pinch there. Northwood bring it just down to 1. It won't be a clutch this time, though. Blast will shut that down, and Noble will get another on the board for Northwood.
I don't know, it's always frustrating to me when you have those pivotal ultimates and you don't utilize them without a clear vision as to why. And to me, that's an example of that, right? You get clear contact on a Sky in the backside. It's a bit of a difficult angle to get into, but they baited out that U2 without really much consequence, right? No one was swinging anything, nothing off the hinder, nothing off that Noble pulse for either side. And maybe there was some uncertainty there then in that investment from Fisher College, but regardless, Northwood University with that round win, say the save was the correct move, break the bank from Fisher College, and maybe now this is why it's just about being handy. It's an eco setup for Psych here if they make contact heavily into B main off the hinder dash and Paranoia.
And because it's going up so quickly, all the cooldowns already burned, but it's not for draw protection, so the car actually comes up with 2. Critical error here from Fisher College. It's time to capitalize on it. Wolf will go in. Scout to the ground. Starting to be gained as still 2 players from Northwood set up on these lurks, waiting for the rotates. Should be, not turn out to be the site, but with a third onto Cuz, it will be a full commit.
Looking for that ace to counter the one from Alexander earlier, and on track for it. Showstopper in tow. Jeffy takes down Ferpsis. That's at least information garnered to send the shorty up the road.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, son of car, you don't mess with those. Knew Jeffy was there. Potential second ace.
Blinded.
Online is Blast. They have the information.
They're baiting for it, letting him flank through stairs. No, noble. That's not very noble of you.
Can't let him have it. Only one ace for Northwood. I think that's the rule right now. They want to let Alexander keep his flowers.
Yeah, that is the pseudo Senti's job, I guess, in this position, is to be that clutch, that it factor on this team. But I'm glad to see a livelihood from Son of Car, like some energy in that round, because I feel like for him, this double duelist has become so intrinsic to the success of Northwood University that when you get that A, that crutch stripped out from under you and aren't fully healed, more it's like the fingers of those subbed out players. It can be really hard to stand. And seeing that was a really, really nice answer back, really nice 4K. And they keep the showstopper out and maybe even challenge Viper split mid.
Yeah, they're sending everything into it.
Or just dive to the main and get first blooded again, I guess.
Hey, I guess that works too. It's on a car. Down, Cuz is always finding these. I don't know how he gets the angles, but every single time. He's
my
just
frustration with that one is, like, I want more util when you're fighting into a pit like that. The boom bot, not enough. You have Guiding Light, you have Trailblazer. Usually what you do is you dog up and follow that into the Viper's pit. And it was very solo engagement. Those solo engagements continue this time. At least a bit more explainable. It's your chamber. They should be looking for those fights. But Win has diffed, I think, him twice now on that exact line of sight. One was an eco, so we'll give him, his due diligence. Here, though, you even saw, I think, a message in chat probably calling out that exact fight. And it feels like, once again, Fisher hold all the cards. Again, found the lurk B side, had the Viper spin mid. The only logical conclusion is an A end here, so they have the stack ready to go.
Alexander doesn't actually get a caught, has the advantage with the shot. Will line itself up. Loves playing on this A site. He has getting the team through first. They're not ready for them. On the A main. Spike will end up falling, and at least you have to be able to get it. And Alexander, that is where he's going to opt to invest this Viper's pit. The Spike's finally made its way to the objective. They are not alone at all. Random spans stopped it. At least we'll get the value it needs.
A lot of stars for Benji to work with in this scenario. Blast being thorough, though, on the close clear. It's just waiting for the rotation to come through, which now has.
Okay, Blast doesn't want to go to that Viper's pit unless he has to, but you don't have any other option. Benji looking in the corner, no idea how close the enemy is to him. What a flick from Win! Take out the Astra. Now on the Spike, giving it a tap. Baiting this Viper through. Blast barely hanging on the outside. It's a miracle they haven't ran into each other yet. But as the Viper's pit falls, everything is revealed, and Alexander almost clutches it up again. But this time, it'll be Win to shut it down.
Win says, I'm not losing that twice here on that A site. In the nick of time, just under 5 seconds, they're able to secure a 5th round for Fisher College. And again, the Viper's pit logical in that situation. You just were on the cusp of wrestling back a 2v4. So give flowers where they're due for Northwood on that attempt. But unfortunately, Fisher College continued to trek on, and I'm still waiting for the showstopper from Psych. But also, I'm sending this up to you. Psych has been so you now a Phoenix player in my mind. Here I'm just like, you know what? You're doing great.
You're still like on that high from the earlier semifinal.
I'm waiting for his Phoenix to come back in the grand finals, and I mean, with Fracture next, you'll probably see it and see why I'm a believer.
Well, let's get through this game first of the race. We'll see the showstopper.
We'll see it no matter what.
Maybe in Valorant too. Is that a thing? But, well, we won't see it now because he got blasted by an operator. So
Spike down A.
Sonicar investing into that one and waiting for this Viper's wall to go down. See if the shot can be lined up, but in fact, just be a bird instead.
I don't know how I feel about an attack op for Son of Car here, right? You have a chamber number 1, Ferbsa, great at opping. Number 2, you're the only entry duelist here with a showstopper. I guess the showstopper as well can maybe alleviate that pressure of being like, I can still entry without having a proper weapon, but for now, look at Weird. He's been emboldened by winning Ferbsa fights one too many times.
Yeah, can't mess with Ferbsa on an angle like that. And while, yes, he's had a slow start to this game, absolutely one of the shining stars for this Northwood roster. Once he starts cooking.
He finally gets the opener, gets the entry, the pivot that his team's been looking for. This is the first duelist styling, and I expect him to keep searching once that rendezvous is back.
Down here is, I guess, the op, but the quick scope can work out on the attack.
Your singular duelist is lurking.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense for the situation. Fisher That is definitely one way for them to take a round.
That's Northwood, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And the Win's like, oh, guys, I finally lost my B main fight. Maybe we should take a timeout.
Yeah.
This is, to me, though, because it's such a close affair, like 5-4, you get one more, you're at 6-6, like you're chilling. Not a round where, like, let's pick some big picture issues, because there haven't been too many glaringly obvious ones. Maybe the way they're navigating the number advantage situations, again, the 4v2 that almost went astray.
Yeah.
But I think it's more to, okay, we've been sitting on these ults for too long. Let's do something with them. Let's change the tempo. I will say Northwood's really good at expecting these, playing things single bit slower, waiting for these trap plays to come out. But I still think you need to go like a Seeker, Showstopper combination to get some deep space. Because again, that's what they were doing the early rounds off of Cuz. That was really giving them the advantage.
As you were talking about before, not having a Sentinel on this defensive comp, it makes it easier to push fast, or it rather, in this case, forces Northwood to play further up so that you can't take as much space that quickly. And I don't know if it has something to do with how they can manage their tools a little better. Only 3 rounds left in the half, and coming out with a lead here, something that Fisher College would absolutely love to do.
Well, we'll see if that's in fact the idea. Waiting to see where these final resting places on the defense will be lying for Fisher College. Not really seeing any kind of trap play, coordination, and setup here. Usually you'll see like a Paranoid as kickstart a double duelist fight of some kind.
Yeah.
And we're kind of straying maybe towards a mid-engagement early on if contact is made, but we haven't really seen Northwood University all in that fast towards mid. Instead, it's going to be fast and furious into the A space. And look at Heaven already. Son of Gar this time, probably shooting the operator. Has followed up the bomb bot, tested the waters there, but it's all fake. Again, the spike is leaning B side. The bomb bot's coming out. The bluff has been called. Fisher have pushed all the way and gotten Cuz deposited.
They got him where they want to. But you really don't want to contest that chamber in the front line. Look at him. Or keep moving up through the mid, especially with this being a save round. Go together, see if you can at least trade the one with the pistol. Or you can just line yourselves up perfectly for Car. That's certainly another option. He's going to grab a third with Blast. Box, not a hiding spot when you got a Seeker after you.
Well, no, we'll steal the ace again. Nope, First does the one up to bat. The op that was handed over. Does that job, and Car ain't another 4K for the flawless for Northwood University. Yeah, okay, we're kind of tied now. It's like the Northwood timeout gave a round to Fisher, the Fisher timeout gives one to Northwood. It feels like it's all evened out now, just like possibly the half after this score. 5-5, still ults on both sides, still buys as well to complement them up. And Northwood, they realized how easily they got ramp space, and it looks like they want to run it back. So I'm curious what exactly Psych is going to have to say about this. Again, still sitting on that showstopper.
Yep.
Has had it since, I want to say, like round 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute, even for both of them. The same thing goes for Alexander, but now it's time to strike. Car, I don't know, a whole lot of nothing on the site. Like, just have to be a toss up to Heaven and see what lands, which not going to benefit you, but it gives you the space you need.
Yeah, exactly. That space was the major takeaway. They like the scare tactic of it all, but it just executes Fisher College's plan B. Retake mode, a Seeker, Showstopper, but the main fight, the contest is too strong.
But they can't find the spot that they want. They don't check the angle, but that's where Jeffy got Blast covered. We'll keep him alive, and it's just down to 1. Alexander on the point all alone, and Fisher once again who managed to come back in, get the retake, and go up to 6.
Now, Blast has been having a quiet map comparative to that series, that semifinals up against Baker, and I've been waiting for him to answer back, and it's in that retake that he finally does. 8-8. I feel like for Blast as well, he's better as a site anchor, and because he's playing this more fluid Viper role, more of a mid-anchor that Northwood never has really knocked upon his door, he hasn't had to answer the door, and as a result, he's just been kind of there behind the Cuz show, but Fisher College solidify that safety of a 6th round. Northwood looking to match it.
Northwood, I think, ending 6-6 here, and it almost seems like part of the story between these two teams, how close they have been managing to go, this time with somewhat full rosters from the previous spots, but...
Whoa, Northwood, run it back. Satchel up into ramps this time without the showstopper, and this is just now conditioning from Car, right? The first round they satcheled up with the bomb, but like they just did, sent it in, fell back. Second round they hard committed off the showstopper. This round they satchel in, send it in. Try and tease out this mid fight that has actually bitten, cuz on a close angle, no dismiss available. This is a one and done up angle if he does not hit a shot.
Well, he did hit his shot, and he's done.
Whoa.
What did you expect? It's kind of been this battle between Cuz and Son of Car on this map, and Son of Car has definitely had it in the back part of this first half, but Hyun finally shut him down. Sounds
One
2v3
enemy
B
remaining.
sites. Only under lock and down to just the sky remaining. Jeffy, tall task ahead.
Jeffy,
Spike
quiet map
planted.
as well. Usually picks up the slack when Cuz is having a rough map happen in the Baker series. 1v3 is feasible, but not clearing your corners. Getting timing by Benji. We in fact get that 6-6 half over grand finals to decide our Division 1
Switching
champions. We have
sides.
no other way.
No, this is the way that we wanted it to be. From the start, again, it's just another chapter between the increasingly long story between these two rosters. How they've managed to match each other, trade these wins in the grand finals. Again, Northwood first in fall for Division 1 of NECC, second in spring to Fisher, and vice versa. So they've each managed to get their one. Fisher, the more recent victor, with the changes to Northwood's roster clearly making this sure that this is a close game.
Yep. Again, Son of Car definitely getting comfy in those Northwood facilities. Happy to showcase what he's capable of here and now. And we mentioned it prior again, Fisher College, that composition, not very defensive coded without the Sentinel. So this could be their better half, and they're definitely acting as thus quick triple scale off the double duelist into mid, break the crosshairs of that Viper setup, and keep on keeping on.
Yeah, because Nash just get in, sees that no one's there. He's like, all right, bet. Right where I want to. Comes out of vents, but more so making noise, making them think that they're over on B, at least committing the dog to that. But Alexander will instead rotate where the other 4 members of Northwood are pushing on through this Astro Dangerous. Caught the jump peak on the side, blinded 5 ways to tomorrow. They just can't win these gunfights. Psych on the point, talked about seeing him pop off, but it just hasn't been enough. It's been more Alexander than anything else. It was coming up, but absolute bloodbath.
One enemy remaining.
Really effective trades, but Cuz left in heaven, cuts off one of the rotates, puts all the pressure on Furfsa, one of the original kings of collegiate back in their 2022 campus clutch season. Can he get this pivotal pistol for Northwood?
He's gonna look for it. Does have the headhunter to work with, and especially in the pistol. Incredibly valuable. Looking at he does have the armor health, but just doesn't have the lineup on the shot. He'll go ahead and take it and give Fisher College the lead first.
Really nice effective damage stack around that double classic. So all in all, there it is. Fisher up to 7. Again, we kind of mentioned where they're not too scared of a 6-6. They're okay with that, considering this isn't their map pick, considering they really haven't showed too much of it here on the NECC, on the Ford Scholastic Esports Championship stage, because they've only played it in CVAL. So all in all, again, the fact that Fisher is still ahead when some of their star players like Psych are having slower maps shows right now. And Cuz,
Whoa!
not showing right now.
Yeah. Came down to a millisecond there, and Cuz get the better of the Outlaws, popping off on that specific weapon. Benji, does let the engage already happen? Yeah, that's too many players for him to contest on his lonesome.
Here.
Guardian here for Jeffy. Fearful enough to get the spike down.
Back B site plans, Northwood University having to play retake here in a 3v4. Northwood, what do you do? I mean, it's Nico forced up the sniper rifle, gets shut down immediately. Headhunters where it would have started, but Win says no way.
And Win was kind of camping
One
down
enemy
here
remaining.
on this low ground. The weapon advantage too much for Northwood to handle. Only up to Noble and a Bucky. Not going to do much good considering the range you have to cover.
Yeah, can't do good, but can do damage. That's the name of the game here. Try and send them hunting, try and get some of these additional weapons away, but it's going to be a good old out of the spike at this rate. An additional orbs for Fisher Call to find, but they will get up to 8 nonetheless. Again, the duelist, the double duelist doing its job. One may fall, but the next is there to continue that pestering in the post plant. And yeah, they're looking good. They're looking, again, confident, locked in, solid. And I'm glad to see that development as well, because I was talking to one of the other programs, I think it was somebody at Baker, saying that Fishers have acknowledged that they're better online actually than the LAN environment, the complete opposite of the LANimals like Northwood. So seeing them here locked in is a great development, a great strength to have, and it's showing. It could spread here as well into the bonus, considering I see a Spectre and a Guardian on the Northwood side, and what otherwise should be a full buy.
Going off, blast. Got some attention towards this A main with the Viper wall. Burbsa though, pushing up, throws the flash out. Spots the Viper. The shots just aren't landing. And Blast will come up with one that absolutely should not have happened.
And Burbs is using Chris Spot knows, yes, mentioned it. That's how they're gonna play the defense. An aggressive Senti, but speaking of aggression, cuz again, it's this util scaling, and this
Spike
time,
down B.
why did the Sky follow it up?
That is a fantastic question. Well, Son of Car's very happy with where he's located, I can tell you that. This Guardian, it's been this back and forth, especially for Fisher, him and Alexander. Do these main standouts, but Northwood.
Ooh, last player standing.
He
Yeah,
thought
they're
the
just
shot
not.
hit and was like a cloud, ghost out, finish him off. He's hit 140, and nope.
Not this time. Not this time. Window
Whoa.
made it a little spicy, but not too much for Fisher.
Yeah, and again, Northwood, these proactive rotates. Did not expect 3 players there. That's a little bit of a change as well for Northwood University. Again, we were getting those Senti simulators, like when it's like 2 players left, the side is already like a 4v2. So early rotates could be the answer to getting some of these rounds continually as the half continues. And I mean, that's already a great round to have converted, not letting the bonus fall into Fisher College's hands. So it would have been an easy departure ticket from the split station. So again, Northwood kept at bay though because of how close that round got in terms of the weapons that they're able to bring into things. No ults either to write home about, but Burbsa. Ooh, challenge up Nebula. Challenge up from the shadows. Cancels out for information.
Well, the dog forms kind of following this utility. It's like, this seems like Fisher very proactive with how they're playing, but the amount of loss that they had on B, enough for now. Gonna opt to move back around over towards this A site.
Okay. Big rotate, but Blast really wasn't lurking too heavily A side, and he's usually a really fast-paced lurker on maps like Fracture, so surprised by that exact caveat here. They're gonna make up for lost ground, but Trailblazer comes out, sound cue active, they avoid it like the plague. Ooh, still spotted out the Viper, but if the Viper is only one you spot, it's still not alarm bells just yet. That's the typical lurk side, now that the team is immediately behind it, ready to pop out off of another guy's line, off of Paranoia, who knows what.
There's no way they're expecting at least the Sky on the objective. We're now pushing up towards ramps. We'll clear out Heaven, which, yes, the positioning will be helping, but getting down to the final 30 seconds here, and Noble
30
is
seconds
ready
left.
for anybody who dares to peek across that window.
The car smoked off, Paranoid off, shot through the smoke. He doesn't even get a chance to retaliate. Fell down to Noble here on the site.
Noble still on the back, but Blast, in fact, was ready for it after all. That could go down. 12
enemy
seconds
remaining.
left to go, but Win is camping it up on the top. A bit risky there to throw out the smoke at that point in time, but we're gonna push on out. Benji gets the kill. Just can't do that onto the 4 other players waiting.
Yeah, these rounds are looking very, very well-oiled, very well-rounded. And this is back to the form they had against Baker as well, where like they had the proper answers for rotating into the weak sites and still winning against whichever anchor player was there. So to see again the upgrade from Baker to Northwood and still seeing that as a continuance is a great indicator of the shape this team is in. Another one is when you're almost within a round worth of kills of all of your teammates as well, like we are seeing on this Fisher squad. Seekers online as well. Should be a nice entry tool maybe to finally get back to the B site, which was their early half success. But Northwood, eco round means a crazy little play. Tiny Shiny, I present to you 5 mid.
Interesting. That is a choice. They're really looking to jump out or kind of bank on someone, just poking their head out in the wrong place at the wrong time. But
Has
Fisher,
happened before.
I mean, they're not taking the bait. Just for the time being, you can tell that Win definitely thinking about going to that angle. Northwood already recalling on the objective. There we go. Psyche. Perhaps one on the top, and that should be enough. That's the nice part about being in mid. It's easy for Fisher to get to this location, and Northwood even easier to make the decision to not go there.
I mean, Fisher this time have Blast on a super deep deposit. Seekers fake the re-engage B. That block has been called. Furbs to contact mid. Nobody responding from B main. They're going to full stop rotate to the A side, but look at how deep Blast is. This is that aggressive lurk style I mentioned, and it should have paid off, but rip Benji says rip Blast, and well, you'll still get on to the A side. Northwood, this is where you start thinking about investing that showstopper to finish off the eco round.
when you have such a player advantage, you don't really want to even take the risk then. There's the showstopper as you expected. It's on the car. Will clear out the space, looks for the flag around the corner, but he gets the ball, and Jiffy still comes up with 2. Now it's just on to win. Had a great round so far, but just can't look up. Ferbsa rains bullets down from above. Be enough to distract him for Alexander to clear the way, and Northwood just going to make it a one-round difference.
Ooh, and off that Thrifty, the tail end of it, right? The showstopper missing is unfortunate. They were tracking the timing back. It just hit the ground. Not enough height to it. And on the flip side, I love how Northwood metered their timing and metered their egos, right? Ferbsa there from heaven, playing off of Alexander's timing, needed Alexander to tuck away, or that easily could have been a transfer and a win. A round robbed by Hwin. So, like I mentioned, 1 round out differential. I feel like that's been the difficulty, though, is neither team has been able to find consistency. Right? And it seemed like Fisher was going to, right? They win the bonus that should be the snowball in that first half, but it's been these ecos that Northwood have been able to get through, and Fisher was actually the master of the ecos up against Baker. That 900 comeback feels because of them.
It's kind of insane to see that neither of these teams, they're adjusting the playstyle almost every round just kind of based on their opponent. And neither one can really get a firm grip on to get this going. The snowballs essentially non-existent. At this point in time, it's a kind of default play for Fisher. Poking around B, seeing what's available, but tour de force here for Ferbsa. Dangerous territory.
He's not going to move. Like, he should.
Is he?
Like, there's been too many rounds where Blast has opened up the A site and they have gone there super, super late. And as a result, again, you don't expect him to budge. Some mid-contact made. Again, still sight on Blast. Little TP across mid, still Ferbsa on the line.
That guy might as well be a statue, whereas there's so much action happening in the middle section of the match, and Blast still gets him! Even with the tour de force, that one's gonna hurt! What hurts more is Fisher College looking to extend their lead. Zyke.
And now they're trying to re-clear Blast, who only has a Sheriff. Well, in the meantime, it was a double prone lurk, so Cuz has gotten all the B space for free. And Northwood, again, that was a inexpensive round. Invest into 2v3, showstopper online. Feels like a Fisher round through and through. Benji wary of an aggression. Splash with the guiding light backing it up, setting it up, but I love this. Fisher to set up playing super reactive here.
Alexander on the far side will be flanking around and hoping to push at a similar timing. Convert on some of his players. Clear enough space for Benji. Reveals himself.
One enemy remaining.
Looking to go in, and Alexander getting shut off at the flank. And Fisher will steal this one away and move up to double digits.
Not quite sure where that psych reason they got a kill, but
yeah.
It's a great way to solidify the round and the post plan that was being held without even having to lay a bullet on the enemy, but son of Car.
Okay.
I like this. Again, Op's a great novelty factor.
Attack operator?
It's on the defense.
It's on the defense. I knew that. I knew that.
But I like it, right? Because you just utilize the tour de force. You don't expect them to have it right after the fact.
Yeah.
And second, again, when you are only a few rounds trailing, the novelty factor of an op wears off fast, but it can make up that level of deficit.
Yeah. Basically just swapping places, essentially. With where we saw Ferbsa earlier on, and he's in this corner. Can't really see much of anything, but we'll have a rude awakening momentarily once all these smokes start to dissipate. Boombot going out. Won't end up finding him, but instead the Viper's Pit forced as a reaction there from Northwood.
I think I'm surprised that they're stacking B Heaven alongside the Viper's Pit so heavily. Sky Flash maybe is going to redisseminate these players around the B site, but it's going to be an explosive pop. Showstopper, Waylay Dash, and Noble head on challenge courageously denies it.
And that was a gutsy play to say the least. All took just one click of the trigger there. He goes kablooey.
Cuz knows that a numbers advantage, wants to fight a little bit into alley here. At least time to follow up off the Trailblazer. Their own pit now extended. Great stability found post.
You're feeling really good about this. Still shorties all around. This is the plan from the start. Extra Wall goes on up, but with the positioning of it, just shuts off. He's made 2 angles. Win looks for it, but a point-blank up shot. Set him down. Noble now. Stuck on the other side, but fighting into this Viper's Pit really hurts these players. His rifles still in the hands of Northwood. Low health bars on the side. They have to spike. Jeffy, though, comes up with 2 almost the heroics. But at the end of the day, Spike will be defused, and Northwood creep on up
almost to create a game of connect the dots there to clutch out the round, but no dice. The cost of the blades at just the right time, but it's a frustrating one. It felt like you had an ironclad defense because it was fighting out perfectly. You had a great aggressive surprise element as well, but it all started falling apart. I agree with that hip shot up from Son of Car, and it felt like the rest kicked into action to follow soon. Now both of these teams still have one remaining time out, and I fully expect it to be expended before the half is up, but not this round. Smoltz on the Fisher College side, still to be found. Not probably gonna get utilized though with 140 HP to the dome. Sky Growth coming in clutch.
Yeah, shocking there are no bodies on the floor after that play. Recalling just in time there, and Fisher College still set up the operator in the hands of Northwood, or excuse me, the Outlaw. It's gonna find the value onto Psych and Main, and Verbs up on this box. He wasn't ready for it at all. Blast. There's a bit of chip damage out of the paint shells here. Only the Sheriff to work with. Northwood gonna do their best. They have a player advantage, all things considered. This being a partial bye.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where if Cuz goes electric, you can invest more ultimates. Northwood, those Seekers out early. They want to solidify this 10-10 game. They don't want Heroics to strip it away from them. Even Verbs up. What? You were out in the open. What?
They didn't see him. How did they not see that at all? And he comes back and gets the kill. Absolutely ridiculous.
How did you not hear it? You can hear the anger position and all of that will solidify the 10-10 off a flawless round. Our map 1 of the grand finals is tied.
Double digits to double digits. And here's the timeout that was coming in. And Fisher College, I think, at a very appropriate time, considering how that last round ended.
100%, and now it's a question of the economy. What is the buy going to look like to complement these ults they've been sitting on? The Conversion Paths, the Seekers, both for Fisher, both a great way to get this closer to a conclusion, to a map win. And Fisher, again, they've been the ones kind of in the control seat, kind of driving the tempo. It feels like it's been more so Northwood playing catch-up, which is not a great sign when this is your map pick. But all in all, a win's a win at the end of the day, and we still don't have that decided.
No. You say end of the day, well, it is almost the end of the day here in San Antonio at the Boeing Techport Center. Long weekend of competition for both of these rosters, and this being the last match, and arguably the one that I think can stand to be the closest. How long will they last is the question. Is overtime. Honestly, Zobi, with how close they've been keeping it, seems very well within the realms of possibility.
Again, 13-11s back-to-back in Fisher's favor in that CVEL lower round 7 matchup. And Northwood said, it's because Coach Joe was playing for us. Now, with Noble instead, still a similar conclusion is brewing. Psych, though, looking to solidify that a little bit further. Fast, pacey, up ramps, up to the edge of that top screen, waiting for it to fade, and then challenge on through.
Moving on into falling utility, the Seeker certainly helping. Only then Vince, someone lurking in the pit. Psych pushes on forwards. They're gonna hold this space. It's a full assault towards A. The only one not there is Cuz. They didn't catch anybody lurking at the duelist, which a rare scenario to say the least. Despite on the point. Leaves
Spike
only
down
that
A.
Waylay, who did not join his team. That Spike feeling rather lonely.
And this is a difficult round to have lost for Fisher College. Again, their tieback conversion just has not been spectacular. And this round, it's because you sent the Rays up Raptors instead of the Waylay. And Cuz is the one that can get that information to then frame these ultimates. The Seekers and that conversion pass. And neither found the bank of their buck. So Cuz got to do it himself. But unfortunately, again, the buddy system too strong. The trades too seamless. And Northwood dodge a major bullet. That ult cycle stripped away to the bare minimum.
Yeah, that makes you so happy if you are Northwood. We are almost completely reset to the neutral. Only Win has an ultimate on their side, and it's not one that I think you're nearly as scared of compared to some of the other options. And one more here. Worst case scenario becomes an overtime for Northwood. You'll be feeling super happy about that.
Yep. Again, they are the ones that couldn't wrestle it back. It did end up in the 11-13 losses. Here we go. See, they can keep that momentum under their sails. The defense has been the difference maker. Again, an Astra on top of a Viper, on top of a Chamber. It's so defense coded, even with losing out on Son of Car. Blast back to the Atlantic. The Atlantic.
Oh, the whip! That one hurts a lot. Ah, it was free kills. Give it over him, served up to on a silver platter.
And
now Fisher. All this mid space.
Oh, Benji almost got the backstab timing, but no. And now Noble gets a chance to clean this up, shut down, and confirm this was a fake out. It's all on Benji once again, but the Sheriff's shots are not missing.
Player standing.
Fisher moving so fast onto this site. Nobody knew what to do. Herbs, all I could do is stare at them. Pray for these shots to land, cause planting the spike now. It's Fisher looking like they're gonna tie this one up.
These mid rounds are just so creative from Fisher College. Again, you send a Sky to complement from the shadows, and it's Noble again left to clutch for the team. Jeffy though. Whoa! What's happened to trigger discipline? What happened to trigger discipline?
Jeffy, you can't be doing that. You gotta wait your turn. Suddenly Noble, I got some resurged confidence. How
Gotta clear corners. Time's ticking. You had a dog. You had Seekers. Neither, or one off from Seekers. Neither expended. Just time. The clutch denied. Gon's gonna get saved, and again, that's the difficulty. That's why it's so back and forth. That's maybe why they've not gone to a T in that last match against Fisher. Why it was 13-11 is because these 50s should not be going Fisher's way.
No, it almost feels illegal how many times that this has happened, and it's because of their macro, as you said, the creativity with a lot of the plays that they have, either sending so many people up towards the mid-angle, taking these really fast approaches that forces kind of a jump almost out of Northwood on this defense. And now it's Ferpsa again holding this operator, but he's going to post up in mid this time instead of over on A-main.
We'll see how that poses. Again, it's difficult when you double dive duelists and as well in the back pocket.
Definitely tempting fate, but neither of the two shots will land. For Northwood, Benji in particular, feeling pretty happy about that result. This win, sneaking over towards B main. Just get a little bit of a glimpse of the Astra lurking around the corner, and Benji not too happy about what he's seeing either, and it seems that Fisher want to full commit to this.
I like it. Wynn's been playing a lot solo B-side of that backdoor option, looking for a kill, and that's it. Don't think they're going to expect the aggressive pop, but Benji is still poised for it. Stalin at the ready, grab well. Get a fragment these players, set up the retake off that showstopper right into the choke of main.
Jeffy goes kablooey, and it was that fast push that Fisher wanted. Full flood, instantly stopped. Northwood put up the gates, son of Carr. Wants to make this a flawless now for Northwood is when it's like, you know what, I have 4 HP, but I don't have a dream to win this one.
Yeah, you want to eco 1-1 round. If you lose it here, you're not going to have a full-on buy. We've seen them win Thrifty, so this could very well go to overtime. But for now, Northwood on their map pick will beat
30
Fisher
seconds
to
left.
map point. And for Northwood University, again, a little change in identity, a slight shift was instead of playing these retakes that were a bit more coin tossy, here it's the hard stop anchor. I love it. They don't sit on these treasure trove ultimates. They understand that this map is ending with or without them being invested.
Yeah, this one will be
10
done.
seconds left.
This is where the position that Northwood wanted to be in. Up to 12, worst case scenario. Going to overtime, should you lose the next round. And really, it's going to come down to one. The question is, how deep are Fisher's pockets going into this? It's a very heavy investment.
Well, Coach Joe there rallying the troops, appreciating the hard work that they've put in so far to try and take this map away from an OT outcome. But we talked about Fisher's economy, how rough around the edges it was going to be. Bulldog, Spectre, Guardian, Light Shields, I don't know.
Still the op for Ferbs. Holding on this time down
Ooh,
a
deep
long.
A.
Ooh, this is a push we don't see often.
Yeah, heavy in the mid space. Still hinging on the blast lurk a little bit later, which is what the op's supposed to handle.
Poison about from Alexander says, all right, there's too many people in mid. How party you wanted to be invited to. Driving through the smoke, make sure that the space is clear of blast. Fully in that lurk position when gonna make or thinking about a contest over in B main. Fisher knowing the importance of what this round can hold.
Northwood University have taken 2 steps back. Again, we've seen such differing approaches threefold from this squad. Again, give up, play retake, play to cancel these deposits, these rotates, and play forward on the chokes. Now feels like a mix of all three. Ferbs, the heavy contact A, disconnection B, and it's covering all the bases for the time being. This trademark, though, once it gets triggered, once Cuz rejoins the cause, I'm not sure what the conclusion is going to be with Alexander on the other side.
Fisher getting the front that they want. Pace kills though. Force the back a bit longer, and there's the shot that Ferbza waiting so patiently for. Now bunkered on the point. You hit it or you don't. Well, he didn't. Northwood up now in the map. They're going to throw out the Seekers. Might as well chuckle kitchen sink at it. The map could end here, and now no worries about an overtime. Spike is in Fisher's possession with 3 HP and a dream. Sudakar jumps on in, and Northwood will take split 13-11.
Wow, that is so poetic, flipping the scoreline perfectly. We're defending that idea that it was only close because they didn't have at least more practice with a cohesive core. And I mean, that map, how it ended as well. It looked so well rounded, like they were perfectly tracking that squad every step of the way.
Yeah, and I think at the end, it seemed like Northwood had finally found that consistency that was lacking for both of these teams throughout that map, and a lot of it relying instead of Carr, relying on the decisions that they made to take this space cohesively. And now as we look ahead, Fracture kind of being that oddball pick for them, and how they can look ahead to one more map. As you said, it's poetic, the exact same results, but flipped just from the match a couple weeks ago.
And Fracture, such a question mark for Northwood. But this is a team that has played 2 different map pools this tournament. So something like Fracture coming back in, I think they will have a strategy to handle. And to me, honestly, I'm getting flashbacks to them being such a strong Fracture team as well. I'll say it, I'll recognize him. Darkus, who's now graduated, again, was previously a part of this roster, was someone they had to replace coming in this semester. Crazy Breach. They know how to play around a solid Breach and get momentum under them on this map. And with the confidence that they had playing off of Sudakar, I think it's going to go super well.
Yeah, they have I think this is the opportunity, right? With how well, especially Son of Carr is playing, going to the strength that they typically have. And again, Northwood not expecting this map to be picked. They were fully like, all right, well, probably be the safe option will be Haven, but more of a risk now that we get to see from Fisher. As we look ahead, we're going to get ready now as we have our teams getting their last bit of coaching and last conversations to head into Fracture. But first, a quick break. It could be the decider of our last NECC Valorant Nationals final.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Ford Scholastic Esports Championship. We're in the Division 1 Valorant Grand Finals. Fisher may be down 0-1, but their R6 team on the NECC2 channel is currently up in a very decisive final map. So make sure to check out that as it continues here before we go into map 2 of our Valorant Division 1 Nationals here over on the main channel. Let's see if we can actually, imagine we caught the end of the series here right now as they get through their age select. Like, there's not much time left in, like, they go to 7 though on the map, so I guess not.
They could. They really could. I don't know a thing about R6, I'm not going to lie.
They play 2-7, and it's a best of 3 map-wise. That's all I know. And you're sieging.
It's more than me.
I think you're sieging, but I don't understand where the rainbow comes from.
Yeah, I was wondering, why is it called Rainbow Siege? Is there like some sort of
Oh, Tom
Rainbow
Clancy.
Siege?
I don't know what that means either.
I don't know who Tom Clancy is.
We have, by the way, to
I'll
break the fourth wall, our producer is the one who casted R6
Yes.
for other leagues this weekend and made their break out of the production cell. But this is a rematch where Fisher, for the first time in a long time, beat Akron and are about to solidify themselves doing it again.
Yeah, they might do it, but
Whoa.
celebration though from the Akron side. Yeah, it's just not. Maybe it's just not it for Fisher. It's just the wrong time of
Well,
day.
I think we give them enough sneak peek. Let's get back to our game, our bread and butter, the Valorant Grand Finals. Once again, a reminder, this is a best of 3 where we just saw, in very poetic fashion, a reversal of the last time these two teams faced, in which Northwood steals away the map 13-11. It was their pick, though, so it was labored, fighting back on a map that you chose to play against. Now we have Fracture up next, a wild card for Northwood, a comfortability for Fisher, and that they have won it twice across the course of this weekend. Once today, 13-6 up against Baker, and once in the group stage, also up against Baker, 13-5.
Poor Baker. I think they're gonna want to ban Fracture like from now on. Just
I was talking to their staff about it. I'm like, I just don't like how you guys play Fracture. You got the aim, the mechanics. Play a little aggro, play a little confident behind it.
well, in their defense, Fisher College, the split game we just saw was the first map they have lost the entire tournament for NECC. I know.
Wow.
Fisher. Well, okay, now they dropped 1, but Northwood has not dropped 1 at all.
In this league.
In this league. My bad. I meant to specify
The silliness factor is minimized, and so are the losses right now, is the idea. So, coming into this map, though, once again, Northwood, we'll have to see what they have up their sleeve. And since we know more about Fisher, since I casted that Fisher-Baker match this morning, I can comment and say what we can expect. Number 1, Psych on the Phoenix is going to be more deadly. You saw them a bit fumbly around the satchels, around the timings there alongside Cuz, who was outpacing him, which is weird because their breeze timing was so in sync. But also Blast had a few star moments in pivoting those rotates super late, but here it's going to be night and day when he's on the Cypher. Full stop anchors that are going to blow your mind.
You've been hyping up this Psych Phoenix for quite some time, and like instantly locked in, not even a second thought about what he was going to play, and same goes for that Cypher on Blast. But I'm kind of interested in that because Son of Har had a very similar game this morning against, again, a little bit of a weaker team comparatively, but on this Phoenix as well. I would love to see those two kind of go back and forth. Last time it was Son of Har more so against Cuz, but everything can change. We are on a new map, and because, as you said, a bit of an oddball pick, it's a question mark of how well prepared Northwood are for this one.
And I love this one. This could be the last map of our Division 1 Valorant Nationals Grand Finals. We get an immense mirror matchup, and I need to do like, I need to invent a new word for Valorant. It's like etymology, the study of words. I need the study of compositions and where they come from, because this is such an interesting meta that we're entering into, with Phoenix replacing your Neon, your Waylay, your Flash is like a Breach now on Fracture, where that was the Breach map, and it's worrying to see it to a certain degree. So I'm wondering like who made it like so decisive.
Yeah, it's kind of like Phoenix can fill all of those roles.
Yeah,
just being that Flash
and
duelist.
info, right? The running back slocates and cycles so fast.
Yeah, and having somebody that can do that much, I think it's a lot of pressure not only on the player that does it, but also like on these maps where Phoenix can be played, it becomes more of a must pick, which I think is why we're seeing it come up here for both teams on this map of Fracture. So we're gonna get ready to start out map number 2 in our first to 2.
There.
As Northwood, they take this one away. they take the title, not only for them, but also say that Northwood has won every single competition across the board, every game they've competed in.
Oh, nice season A combo to already give them a leg up, at least a tiny bit. And HG Bartman Ferguson was trying to widen that gap, but instead gets pushed a little back. And again, Fisher College, you are not playing against Baker no more. This won't be the passive team you're used to seeing. Already a nice high-low in arcade. Already there was that early engagement outside of B main. And all of that is to veil the fact that the A stack is actually what's the most prevalent aspect of this pistol.
Oh.
It was the most prevalent aspect.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. Good point, good point. Northern did elect to defend first on Fracture. Taking the pick and starting to make a lot of sense as to why the combos of the utility thus far have been nice. The aim, on the other hand, was rocky. This is the case of Blast of even this one out, but win for Fisher. Kind of rounds the corner here. Bertha holding it down. My goodness, this guy doesn't miss. He had a lackluster game on that chamber that we saw, but being on a more traditional duelist now, he is fragging away. Just picked the wrong aim mechanics, looking for the one and win. Won't find it, but Alexander certainly will.
And while Fisher got both pistols on the first map, Coach Joe's jumping up and down with fellow staff members saying, we got a pistol, let's go! And I do agree that is a feat and a half. Fisher ran a very similar pistol to that where they fought into the defender spawn up against Baker and it worked. It caught them off guard. Here it was more unfortunate. And I think that came out of a player like Noble getting the element of surprise, challenging that sand control. And that was enough to inform exactly what was happening and frame the fight around that. So great pickup there for Northwood University, carrying the momentum here out of that win on Split. The Simplify is kept clean.
Because the approach, but you can't sit there in the middle of nowhere with no cover.
Whoa.
That's something Burbs will hit 9 times out of 10, but somehow Fisher penetrated that back twofold.
Clap back is good. I was surprised they don't scale after finding 2 there already, but maybe they can go for stars. Noble. What's here with the Spectre? Talked about
here.
Blast and these timings. Did get that in space, but still not enough weaponry to finish off that trade job. So the grouping up here now. Time to labor the re-hit eminent.
Benji. Smoke is some incredible work. Now the time to go through, and nobody has their eyes set on the fade. Coming out of the smoke. Nice cleanup from Benji's Northwood.
Keep fighting. Rest
And
is
there's
over.
like the nature of certain role swaps that just kind of allow players to suddenly get revitalized. So I do think Benji here on the fade is going to be one of those players. I don't know what it is about the fade. It just has like higher fragability in my eyes. 'Cause you're still setting up your duelists. You're still getting to find that early scaling info. But maybe it's the alleviation of having a spike cam, of having to run it back from the Phoenix. It allows them to be a bit more hungry for kills, like Benji was on that eco. But all in all, allows them to maintain their composure in the server and over this economy.
It's Benji. I think he's always going to be hungry for kills. It's just how the guy has played, the experience that he has on this roster as well. Final because, though, getting out the duel of the duelists. Stim Beacon is out, but no desire for Fisher College to push much further into this point. They're going to give it a bit of downtime, see what they can do. The Tether at a single health point. Because with a wrapper up from the back, Sonic Car, this is peeking into 3 players. He'll be taken out blind. And Northwood was nice while it lasted, to say the least.
And Fisher College are probably like, why is Noble pushing out? And then suddenly you get the pinch play behind, and it's like, oh, that was the distraction. And they handle both flawlessly. Yeah, you're limping away, no real heals to get that patched up, but you're gonna get a deserted site and likely a round. You can see the rotation of Shame coming through here. For Alexander, can find maybe a longer range upgrade from the Stinger. Off the map it goes. I feel like there was a Guardian somewhere. I don't know where that one went, but all in all, a 1v5 up against this entire team hunkering down on the A space.
It almost looks like that Cuz just doesn't have any health. It's on the board, but Alexander spotted here by the Haunts. Decides, you know what, that one might not be worth it. Spectre, though, not the best weapon for him to be holding on to, but no time really to get anywhere with the spike. It's a matter of, do you think that the trades will be worth it, but at the range that they are, and the retreat already in order for Fisher College. They're more looking like a save for Northwood University.
It's gonna be probably that spike. You don't want to say the Spectre, it's too cheap. And that was your bonus. So it's kind of like a no harm, no foul that you fall there. The reason why Alexander stuck around, kind of went for that pseudo styles peeking, was because so many of those players were super low HP. You could strip those guns away, make it cost a little bit more. But because that was flawless for Fisher, it is a great statement for what is to come in terms of the proximity of the series, of this comeback here on Fracture already out the gate. And again, Fracture, it's a match where Fisher aren't used to play from behind. Even can say that on Split, they were the ones controlling the tempos. So I do think this first rifle round is going to be pivotal. And the fact that the showstopper is online for Fisher College is exactly what they need for that stability's sake, that insurance factor.
Well, we say that, but how long are they going to wait to use it this time?
It wasn't Fisher that was holding it, it was Sight, right?
Well, they were both kind of holding it. It was more Northwood that was holding it.
Well, it was Fisher holding it, but Sight is not machine.
Yeah,
sorry,
they switched it around.
It's on the Raven one.
But yeah, and either way, huge flash. Alex on the car, and talk about how Phoenix jack of all trades as an agent. Example of how that can work. Alexander though on a reload animation. Not where you want to be. Fisher College now fully set up on this objective. Benji having to back off.
Funny enough, that sees saved them from being out in the open against that curveball, so now plan goes down. They need some time, some space to poise themselves in the post plant so that Nightfall gets expended just to push them back, force that respect. But with a 2v3, you need to protect your Brimstone, and you need to somehow scatter to nullify the impact of the showstopper that Berksa could invest in any second.
Last player standing.
Well, they're thinking about it, but two very low health bars. Berksa, he's gonna go for it. He'll get the one. Just gonna do a couple of bullets here, but no, a haircut. Give it over, it'll be Psych to clean it out for Fisher College.
Frustration on stage for the Northwood crowd after that one again. I wish we had some patience from the Northwood squad for just a little while. If you did that, then the showstopper could have been a little bit closer. First, it could have gone in off of that distraction instead from Jenny's side, instead of being two different engagements at differing moments in time. Again, there's no variability there. Then you're not having that 1v2, where the chip damage was enough from the initial up in the air tracking of Psych to finish the job in the square and fair 1v1. So 2-2 here. We mentioned how that rifle round was going to set the tone here, and it has now reset the Northwood economy.
Yeah, very few weapons, in fact, none really at all, other than a couple sheriffs for this team, and Fisher College feeling a little bit better about that. After the typical pattern of gameplay will start to unravel in these upcoming rounds. And heavy presence towards B opting to shift under the objectives. See how they can catch out, and that's kind of one of the unique things about Fracture, the amount of angles you can take to this point, because looking for the angle, the shot goes wide. Jeffy though, he's gonna let hit his mark. There we go, Fisher bursting out of this undergrowth and catching Northwood by complete and total surprise, flawless so far.
Doubling down on it, right, scaling into a main space, taking this flank on,
beacon here.
this challenge on, and plus Nico, see what sticks, see what heroics, what mechanics you can leverage into some kills here. Didn't even get an ult out or two, but it's avoidant styling instead from Fisher. These guys smoke out, flip the sight, try and keep as many weapons and ults as you can.
Haunt way up in the skybox there. At least get the information by the people that were shooting it down. And College, so close, and I mean, Northwood, I don't even know if you want to try.
They're sending the Cypher to look for these kills, those are the two without ultimates online. So it's flawless through and through, down to textbook ult economy management. And for Fisher, we kind of had this question mark of, okay, basically they played against twice now. They may have been conditioned into bad habits, right? Not expecting these proactive searches, not being as thorough in their close space clearances. It is the complete opposite. Every nook and cranny in that B split gets checked. Went into Northwood University Eco, and they reap the rewards. Lead reclaimed.
Yeah, we'll see how if they can maintain this. Northwood actually got money this time. We'll have the rifles to match, and the ultimates with it. Both teams have won it back. Here comes the showstopper out of Cuz, looking for the angle, and so far away and getting hit by this space. Just deny any of further attempts until that goes away and allows the safe retreat through this angle. There's the run it back out of the car, but still gets the value out of it nonetheless. Blast holding it down, comes up with a triple kill in the back line. Yes, you will be silenced, and it's a 1v2. Fisher College just relying on win with 3 HP and a dream.
That was a gorgeous sand side trap re-clear out of Northwood University, and that's exactly why we asked for them not to underutilize those ultimates, right? Take a risk and reap the rewards when it's early in the map, and especially for Northwood when you are up in the series. There's always going to be breeze later on, but here and now they're on track. Tie us up back 3-on-3, playing the buddy system, ensuring that Win won't be able to pull some heroics through.
Yeah, you absolutely need to. Just with how low HP this guy is. You have to have both of them lined up almost perfectly and nobody looking at you in order for this to work out, but I have a feeling you're not going to be that lucky. Ferbsa, one out in the corner, there's one! Wait a minute! Heroics much closer than they should have been, but the buddy system will pay off by a difference of 11.
Nice little 90-degree turn there from Benji. Little body spraying action,
All right,
saying that, yeah, we may have lost
Got
you
to be
before,
kidding
but
me.
not this time. And,
There's no button. Save the day.
I mean, it took some holds Northwood University. That was almost your full cash. So,
Find you.
maybe hold the celebrations for the time being. Fisher College, though, also invested a pretty penny with no conversion here, and that's going to start affecting the long-term stability. But for now, how is it that Northwood are the ones that are a bit more scathed?
Yeah, I think that's the thing that hurts
My
more,
old-
is that you don't really get to keep any of that. Fisher still had some of the money to work with from the previous round's wins. They're not as badly affected, and they do have more resources this round to input into the fight. They ended up holding most of everything. Previously, just the
Cage
showstopper came out at the start of the previous round.
Ooh. This is a really effective B-split fake out, right? You have the double presence of the Fade and the Raze follow-up. You had a cage for cross denial there and be made to force out the smokes. The issue here is also that Northwood went searching and didn't find anything. So that should further sell the B agenda, but with the noise cuts, not too sure it's done the job. Now it's all down to Blast and what he has conveyed to set up this dish side fight. Do they expect 3 tucked away in main and sand side? That's the question Fisher must answer.
Unlikely scenario for sure, but with the smokes coming on out, they're like, okay, nail that something is up.
How did Coach get here?
Great question.
And why is Noble just ready for that?
You know, I think that's just because he's Noble. That one I can answer. He's good at the game. He can hit his shots. But, yeah, an interesting choice for sure. From Fisher College, at least to set up in that position. Down Cuz. The remainder of the round is Blast. Finally made his way onto this B site. And no one batting an eye thus far. But Noble
Spike down,
coming
B.
up with a second.
30 seconds
On
left.
this Poison is the one that had the spike. Running back. Bit of value, at least in terms of information. But it's Northwood.
Last player
We're just
standing.
surging back into this. Hides Alexander. 1 shot, 1 kill. That will be Northwood reclaiming this lead as we continue the back and forth.
Wow, I thought I had seen an effective B-side anchor from Spawn. The last game in the semifinals from Blast playing from Jenny, but now from Canteen, Alexander finds the same level of efficacy. And just like that, Fisher College starting to trail Northwood University here as well on the uptick of ults, and again, now they're the ones. It feels like we're just like passing the bands of money around to see who can get a buy round to round. And again, I'm trying to see why these matches historically have been 13-11s, have been 14-12s, have been 13-10s. Again, like every single time these two teams have met, there have been at least 2 maps with double digits.
And it's so back and forth with this. Like, there's just no snowballs ever. Like we're like in the middle of the beach. You can't make a snowball on the beach unless it's like a really cold beach. But we're in like nice warm beach territory. I thought about that. I'm like, isn't that like a thing? Like
We're in San Antonio, Texas. What do you mean?
we are in San Antonio, Texas. That is true. Could you make a snowball on the San Antonio beach though?
You probably
wait, there's no beach in
could.
San
You
Antonio.
could in
What am I on
winter, I
about?
feel like.
Wait.
It snows here sometimes.
Texas is beaches, not San Antonio. I know
What?
geography. Wait, never mind. I'm just yapping for the sake of yapping. Northwood though, timeout is over. Some adjustments will be made from either side. Nightfall is available, and I am especially interested for how Fisher College will use this on the attack, because it's just kind of common for them to use it more as a bait for one of these sites.
Well, it does look very committed
Launching
here
smoke.
this time out of Fisher College, and they realize how easily Cuz was able to scale up. They're not going to capitalize off that exact fact. They've done this before. They did it on Split, and they're trying to again, but again, it's the siege track re-clear for Northwood.
Textbook combo. It's both Nightfalls exchanging the ways. Is anyone gutsy enough to peek the corner? Well, Psych is, and he's gonna come up with the 1 assistance from Win. Moving on up more. Straight He comes face to face with Sadakar, and he'll have the Phoenix tip for the time being. Little health remaining on Fisher College, or at least Fade holding on to this spike. Sadakar, though, isn't checking his
down.
six.
Last player standing.
Will be blasted off. There'll be a 1v1 spike in the sights of Cuz, but he's absolutely no idea where Alexander is.
And that's where that ult can easily get expended. This is my favorite Cypher buff, was you being able to use it on corpses slain by your teammates once again. And Alexander, 40 seconds left, so plenty of time to at least clear the common angles before investing such a nice resource. 35 seconds. Now he has the opportunity really to use it too.
Yeah, because you're not.
30
you're kind of
seconds
just
left.
backing off to clear those angles. Means that the spike is there, and he'll come back. Notice that that's gone. Realize the move will need to be taken momentarily because is on the move. He's not going to be on this B site for much longer. It will take Alexander long to figure that out. He's actually going to be, at least considering, following Cuz's tail. He's going to get this spike down. The convenience bod likely setting up in this A main.
And very open.
I know exactly
Trapwire
where
broken by the satchel, but did get information off the trapwires. You surely can't from that neural attack. Expecting the early fight. Later confirmed it's a pivot. Cuz trying to think that he's gone back towards site, back towards main, but the sand possible rope wrap here is a nice touch. Spy cam. No info.
Cage triggered.
Spike left open and he said spike.
Cage
Wraps
triggered.
around, doesn't the sand, there's the spike. We'll try to blind through it, Cuz we'll have the angle, but it'll have to be blind or not. What a shot to come in. The second Alexander shows his head, it's blasted off.
That is a crazy flick, and again, Fisher's the one that took that the previous timeout, wanted to right the ship, but it being off of a clutch like that does get the adrenaline pumping in a different manner when you realize how close nail-biter these rounds have been, and will continue to be. And once again, it keeps both teams' economy in check. Instead of you passing the baton, it's like both of you are neck and neck trying to sprint towards that finish line. And I don't know which one's gonna leave the other in the dust, because right now, we're dusted even like the first mile marker, feels like.
It's literally anybody's game. It's so difficult to tell with how these teams are training out. Maybe 2 to 3 rounds for one, and then 2 to 3 rounds for the other. Not long after, and nobody really having much in the tank at this point in time. It's only on Fisher College out of the scan, but you got to activate our warrant using it first. Are they gonna be ready for Cuz?
No.
Coming out of tree here, Sonic Car is checking the angle, but he still lands the shot, the whip around, making it look easy. We'll zone off Psych and the rest of Fish.
Going up.
I like that from Sadakar, right? He has had a quiet map this far. I think there's more of an attack than a defense duel, to be completely frank. But that was clean, and they immediately get out off their hot hands. They're not overheating, they're not overstaying. Psych, though, on the other hand, has a different job, to make space on this attack. Going for the silent approach instead of flashing out, guns ablazing into this B site. Also has to be patient. The reposition arcade side, but Son of Car now. Someone taking up the mantle, going exploring, looking for answers.
A little adventurous and perhaps just enough. He's gonna come up with a triple kill on his own. Ace potential now.
We've said that 3 times now.
30 seconds
Johnny, we've been burned every time, and once again, we're calling you.
No.
It's been 3 different players that have stolen a tooth from him. Ferguson, Noble, Benji. How do you call these people your teammates, your friends, your family?
Look at it. They're all smiling, too. They know exactly what they did. They know what crime they committed.
They're more can of goblins than the plushies in front of them, I swear.
I'm saying they're gonna have to sleep with one eye open tonight. So the cars. He's going to be on
the newest teammate, too, the Fray. He's going to be like, I'm getting you. But that's, again, Northwood. Just keeping it cool even after they're losing out in these high-pressure situations, these high-pressure clutches that don't go their way. But that's the issue, is every aspect from the money to the clutches to now the ults are so back and forth. Fisher College, again, run it back, orbital strike. They should have rounds to still win this round, even with the ego in a deficit.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if they have the weapons or not. They have the resources. We'll be able to run it back, though. They're even using the Stim Beacon to get out of there faster. We'll be approaching. Son of Car. Well, let's get a glimpse around the corner, see what's up, but that's about all it will come down to. But so much time bought away for Northwood on this defense.
Now you have to either contact up, take that risk, or re-expand utility for Fisher College to get this arcade space back. And when you're already on Nico, that's at a minimum. Psych here. We mentioned the run it back. Do you invest with the bandit? I'm not so certain, but once again, Northwood University, once it crosses a certain threshold on the time limit, they are going looking for answers themselves. But it's not in a risky fashion, right? You have full trust in your own Cypher, in Alexander Maker, and buddy system up here and maintain ace base while simultaneously getting the impact and those frags be Arcade side.
It'll be a rifle as well.
30 seconds left.
Getting into the hands of Fisher College. Spike is down, and again, they have 4 ultimates to work with. It'll be the showstopper. Verbza takes a chunk of damage, but it won't be enough. Now it's his time to shine. Throws it in. Blast, well, gets blasted. And Northwood, they suddenly have all of the numbers to work with. Fisher College, yeah, they have the ults, but the lack of weapons, the lack of money, will be able to pull out here. Will come back to hurt him. Just leaving a poor old Jeffy stuck in this corner. I say poor old Jeffy, he just killed Benji, so he's kind of vibing right now. With a bunch of shots flying, facing the wrath of the shorty. Put this one to an end. Northwood will take the lead by 2.
Up to 6, guaranteeing possibly another side half here if Fisher can turn the ship around. Little celebrations on stage, thus. And all in all, a good reason to be, right? Again, it does feel like Northwood are the ones that are in control this time. Very, very different from how Map 1 went. How we got to a very similar point in the scoreline, just the opposite direction. So, again, fully understand as they were hoping to achieve. It did cost them a few ultimates, right, into that round. Readily invested to run it back from Son of Car. Verbza, as soon as that kill electrified and ignited the showstopper. But again, you won that 6th, okay? And now Fisher College, if they lose this next round, they're broke and they'll likely spend the ult. And then it would guarantee probably numbers no matter how you spend it for Northwood.
Yeah, best case scenario being a tie heading into the second half now for Fisher, and even the odds don't even feel like that they are in their favor despite the ultimate economy. They're walking straight into Northwood. Line of fire lined up to be mowed down, and it's just blast remaining on this point. Disaster for Fisher.
And it's so nice. It's just like how the first half over on Split went. They changed it at the last second to keep it fresh, to keep it unpredictable. They were stacking B, they had numbers B, and this time around they hard trap A made yet again. Benji leading the charge. Blast usually is good in handling these high pressure situations. Navigating from target to target, but this round is the exception. A full house off the first up. Just like that, that lead is guaranteed for Northwood University while they're up 1-0 in the series already.
Yeah, that's a real scary thought, I think, for Fisher heading into this next round. And just because when you look at how Fracture is, it's one of those maps that attackers, you have so many options with how you're doing it. Splits your defense up just that much more. And Northwood coming away from this, already guaranteed that lead, as you said, will be important. And if you're Fisher, because they lost that round, working with crumbs in the economy.
The silver lining there is that you only really got 1 ult wasted before getting shot down. So now you can reinvest those into a very explosive EX that they are taking no time to delay.
Classic game of Valorant, and all the colors are there at the same time. The only that matters for Northwood is the green that is in the kill feed. Only a blast remains, and that's not going to last long. He'll throw out the stand, because why not? The round is going to end.
They're tracking him down. They're looking. 5 HP is not going to be enough to get Heroics through this time. 8-4 after Northwood University.
Double the rounds for Northwood. The Timberwolves prepare to take potentially the final title here of the NECC Nationals Tournament. Valorant, I think, been a strong, it's a strong title for this school, but I think to be the one to cap off the run of the success that every other team has had bearing their name would be an incredible storyline for them to follow, and they are so close to getting it done.
Yeah, and I will say for Northwood, again, they were this team that was the highest of highs, could not lose a single collegiate league, and then they suddenly were starting to lose. Other teams were catching up, and as they did, NECC was the one title that they held on to, was undisputed on. And this year, it was finally stripped away by Fisher, and they want it back.
I must wait.
Fisher College, the grudge match. For them, they have the most recent title to lose it here after they've won almost every matchup against Northwood in the spring. Which certainly is salt in the wound almost for how this school seems to fall short against Northwood in several of the game titles. They can keep it close, they can make the top 2, but coming out on top is another story as Northwood already walking through, wrapping around through a tree. Nice shot from Psyche though. We'll spot this out, a very forward push out of Fisher College.
Immediately, it's a flip at the speed up. They realize they can stack his ace ID. Green light go, but Win was anchoring the entire time. Finds more. Nullifying the steady pressures that Northwood is trying to leverage into a flip in the the probability of winning the round has been reduced to 0. Fisher College stabilized, possibly come out of this with a banger.
And what a rotation, too. Denying that space from Northwood. Benji, no idea what ended up hitting him at the start of that round is a bit uncharacteristic for them to be able to pull that off and to do so successfully, completely flipping the map. And Fracture, I think one of the few types that you will see that happen on. But I guess shortening that lead for Northwood will still feel all that much better, and having these weapons going forward should secure them another round.
Ooh, I like the frontal smoke allows for the orb farming, denies sniper rifles, can't not deny that satchel action though. Cannot deny the orb, and just like that. The pivot here. The bait that it was, okay, the raise here, now the Cypher falls flat, they know now, and I like the speed in which Northwood's taking things, but Fisher College navigating with grace, matching the tempo.
Yeah, Northwood, they seem just wanting to go fast. They don't want to give Fisher the chance to kind of counter-rotate them. Look at this positioning, though. Blast is still up on this high ground. Nobody has really been able to turn. And Jeffy's just lurking. I don't think that there's kind of any thought that they could be in that corner of Son of Car. Eventually, it's on an adventure. You think that they run into each other space on the map, but one's on one lower level than the others. Have come to more of a standstill.
Jeffy on the line, blind sprays, have kicked off this round. Just be ending. Unfortunately, though, this cage allows them to section, slice, and dice. First finds 2 other share. Sight falls away at North University. And they are set up, boys.
Oh!
Let's Jeffy has something to say about it.
Jeffy, completely blind with this Marshall, has come up with 3. It even gets a chunk there.
Find you.
Out of First Page health bar.
This is the Jeffy that I know from Fracture. Picks
One
up his
enemy
when
remaining.
Fisher is falling
There.
behind and lets everybody else on the team rally behind him. They're on the way to 9. What was a great setup for North University to find a Thrifty. And just like that, it sucks that we have to celebrate that because that's the round they should have won. But
Yeah.
Jeffy coming in clutch.
Yeah, I think just one of those situations for Fisher that I think they've been less of these individual pop-off moments as it has been we're all, hey, we thrive in the chaos as a team, we take these fights more so together. And Jeffy, I don't think really has been that player to stand out as
Again,
much with how much Cuz and Psych have been popping off in recent days. So getting 3 blind through the smoke there, quite impressive. And again, Fisher College creeping up again on Northwood.
We mentioned it, right? How map 1 was characterized by 2, maybe 3 round max sprints from each squad. Feels like Northwood was in control of the momentum of the first half, stability-wise, especially at the cap-off for that 8-4. Here, this round is going to define that exact mentality and who it favors. Bonus or not is the question, and Psych is trying to provide the answer.
Well, I think he found another question as to why did I swing that corner when there were 4 people there. Fortunately, I know way of knowing, took the risk, paid the price. Firmza going straight at both blast packs committed. Nobody's home here onto this B's site. The wall goes up to deny the vision for the time being, allowing Noble a safe plant.
Crazy space hold there from Alexander while Fisher was trying to flip main in their favor, and now immediately replaced by this double duelist stack, because you know that's where one of the reigning 2 players are coming from. Jeffy on an island.
Oh, Noble! Oh, well, you know, at least it didn't actually hit him.
That could have been disappointment.
Okay. Touches it
Shame.
anyways. This is like his punishment for actually missing the nade there, but doesn't really matter. In the end, Northwood will prevail, even with a little bit of a silly happening by the brimstone.
Yeah, self-shame, but not on the round. Again, keep it clean, deny the bonus for Fisher College. That is how you trek on towards a possible 2-0 revenge here for how the spring semester has gone.
Yeah, it's been Fisher, right? This has been their year, and I think they commented this with a certain level of confidence too, knowing that fact. And Northwood, with how many roster changes that they have had between the fall and the spring, it was a question mark of how good their form would be if they can take this title here and now. I don't think it would be a question of that, even at least until the end of the following semester. Should they stick around as now Fisher at risk again of going down to double digits. Northwood, showstopper and run it back online.
Fisher playing a few steps further back this time around. More reactionary, more safe angles to dribble on and off of, right? Around these mains, around Arcade. I like the proactive spy cam as well. So it feels like they have every inch of this map covered for the time being.
Jeffy, though,
You're dead.
has been met with quite a bit of rejection. Goes out the tether. Guys, Rage and Psyche wanted to see what the party of the motion was going on for and paid the price for it. Psych, though, still coming up with the value as needed, has his own. Run it back to Pop. 4 in main. Plenty of information plus the kill. But everybody knows where you're retreating to. No chance getting out of that one. And Benji is on a roll. Blinded and out of options is a Fisher College. Blast ends up using the ultimate of the neutral depth. Wait a minute, comes up with 2 leads. It's Alexander. But the clutch can't come. Northwood move in to double digits.
There were glimmers of that gold of the blast clutches we've come to know, but they fall short. And as you mentioned, North would get up to double digits. It was explosive, it was scrappy. It was the risks that we said North would have the brevity to take because they are leading the series. And when you have that double down, you continue to build that pot, and we're seeing them cash in upon it. And with that economy reset, it feels like it is about to reach the point of no return for Fisher College, right? An eco round win here would be huge for the stabilization factor, for that agenda of it being historically close between these two teams. But Northwood University, a team fueled by confidence, is starting to soar.
The cushion Fisher College have left remaining is getting thinner and thinner. Instead, Northwood, a confidence-based team, the more consecutive rounds they have, the harder it's going to be for the Falcons to find some sign of life to show that they can too stay in the series. Firm's almost taunting them.
You know they're having fun when Noble's
absolutely
on the molly, Firm's is baiting the old orb. Like, this is a team that's confident this is ending here on Fracture, and they're being careful about it though still. It's not Ego 5 pushing into sight, it's not oversimplified. Slow defaults, it's the baiting out of utility on these angles. They know this is an eco for Fisher. They know they could run into a stack, and this round they've baited it out well.
And in fact, they're out-rotating the stack. But there will be a sound call back over to A. It seems the Falcons gonna swarm over to the objective. How long will they be able to maintain that? They are going to be the full 4v4. Jesse with the 1. Showstopper out. Will actually get shut down by Firm's. Peeked it through. Landed the bullet. Wouldn't matter. Left to see now how this can continue forwards with Yoon. Last one up here. It's Fisher College at the deficit, potentially going to 11. Benji has the plant down. Blast, a little bit of deja vu from how the previous round ended up going. Still this Nightfall available, although with just being one player, may not even be necessary for Northwood to commit.
Totally copy paste, another 1v3, another blast clutch in the making, unfortunately denied by Benji, the stability element. The comeback MVP, it feels like, on this map in particular. We need to do a KDA check to confirm 15 and 8. It's not as flashy as 21 kills, but the ratio is there.
I was wondering when we'd see this come in. It feels like that it's been a while since we've had a time for these teams. Take a breather, give a second for their coaches to regroup. Be timeout called by Fisher College, knowing what lies ahead and the economy, or rather lack thereof, they have going forwards, meaning they're likely going to lose this round. Need to be prepared to bunker down and win it out.
Yeah, it is a discussion to have again. At this point, you have to go for the longevity shots. Because if you lose this, it's 12, you're broke. Fortunate that it was not the opposite. I hate that when you're like, do we force up into the next? Do we give them 12 and have to play that OT? Which is normally when those timeouts are taken. Here, at least it feels like they have the resources in their favor to make this grand stand.
It's going to go beyond just the money factor, too. It just seems that Northwood outmaneuvering them at almost every turn, and that's not a feeling that you want. That's how closely these teams manage to contest each other, go back and forth. They're all both split, and the first half Fracture. The wheels falling off the bus for this team. They're heading in to our next round here to see how this can work out. Potential overtime in the cards. So we're going to prepare for them to go out. Timeout is over. Sim Beacon on in. There'll be an aggressive push on. There's only so much that can be done. Paint shells thrown down, being made. Everybody cluttered in through this primary spot, but it's all
Last
Northwood
player standing.
in the feed, or excuse me, all Fisher in the feed. They managed to bunker in. They combined all of the weapons that they had. They're investing. They don't want to get Northwood up to 12. They want to stay in it. They want to fight it until the very end. No overtime required, and they're going to do it. They too will find themselves up to 9. Now that we get to look ahead, Northwood still at that 11. Them to be able to hold on. Excuse me, that was 7. But for Fisher College, I think it's a sign of life. You have this economy that you can choose to pull from. You can maintain most of your weapons, with the exception of Psych and Cuz, but not the only cost being these light shields.
Let's
Well,
flush them out.
Fortunately, we didn't get to miss the end of the game as we jump back into the action. And last round, it was very entry level, right? There wasn't a cluttering of ultimates. This round is going to be the exception. Oh, we set up for the grand finale, and with the main fight, it's bloody. I'm expecting just that Nightfall kickstarter.
Yeah, Nightfall, but only out on Fisher. No response just yet from Northwood. But that's okay, Fisher. They're happy to take the initiative. They're happy to make Northwood play into the palm of their hand.
Now, there's not much you can do. You back out, you're hit by the Orbital Strike, you fight forward, you're vulnerable into an engagement, a stack of players. And I'll say it, Northwood are lucky to have only lost 1 life in that fight. Furbsa as well, the secondary duelist can follow up, can rescale, can re-clear, and you're still going to have a Nightfall and an Orbital Strike to select and do with as you please. If you even want to invest it, again, you're the ones up 11-7. You're the ones with 3 more tries, at least until a tie.
Yeah, in 5v4, it's not an unwinnable situation by any means. That is 4 members, though, of Fisher College. Walking it down B,
One
and the
enemy
Dreams
remaining.
will favor the Falcons. Benji seeing the spike in the position that it is. Second round in a row here that Northwood could lose. Now that is a way to break the piggy bank.
And Mirror comes, and it feels like Mirror systems.
I have the spike.
and
30
how
seconds
they
left.
navigate, how they play Fracture. Getting re-clear so effective, and this time the charge led by Psych. 3 kills on the round again. I was hoping if the Phoenix would have a quieter map, as Northwood University was in that driver's seat. Well, quickly scaling, run it back as well, still online. So this is what you need to see, is a healthy balance of investment of these ultimates for Fisher College. Again, you gotta pay all your bills 1 due at a time instead of spending it all on a luxury. So here we go. Northwood University eco round, but these can get dangerous if you think it's the easy ones to win for Fisher College, especially when there's ults that can complicate this factor. So I'm looking to see Fisher College maybe minimize the risks, maybe not go for a head-on fight like this.
Yeah, that is definitely a choice, knowing what you're seeing working with, but Fisher don't get the flash, and this is just, we're confident, we want to run this down, and it's just a complete and total scrapyard. This should not be a 2v2, Zobi.
And now Blast is literally 1 HP, 145, lucky to be limping away. And this is why you don't get over-aggressive on the ecos. You throw away your comeback, you throw away your chances, you might have just thrown away the trophy. They run it back online versus the Neural, left to be an exchange of information to prime the rest of this round. It'll be the spike setup likely out in main. Wait, Phoenix, you're gonna delay the rotate timers. I don't like this. I don't like this. The spike's gonna go back to Dish. The flank's gonna be in position. Now the double trap player, perhaps for delay, thanks to Alexander, but this could have gone a lot differently, a lot smoother. But
destroyed.
no harm, no foul for the time being. It's still gonna be the 2v2.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda. That's what Fisher need to be thinking about right now in this round, but gotta focus on what is ahead. Be a wraparound.
Love this.
More towards the rope, yeah. An angle that isn't expected whatsoever. And you already know that Alexander is going to go ahead, hang around, look for anyone who's pushing. Does see and come in, but Blast so little HP. All it takes is 1 bullet to go ahead and land.
One
Sheriff,
enemy remaining.
and what these teams are working with. Blast does get Son of Car, and 5 HP left on both of these players, and by a combined total of 10 health. Zobi,
Save the day.
it doesn't fall apart. Okay.
And again, it feels like the rounds that we are celebrating for Fisher are rounds that they shouldn't be losing. Again, we look back at Jeffy and the multi-kill right off the sniper rifle. We look at that round right there. And I'm glad that they're able to trust in Blast, even at low HP, to be that re-entry factor, to be that player that can bodyguard the spike defusal and get them around like that. But again, these are too close for comfort. And Northwood, if I'm not mistaken, had both timeouts, correct? So this is 1 of 2 being invested?
Yes, I believe. I don't think we had one from. Actually, we did. Might have had one from Benji earlier on in the day.
It's hard to say. It was such a close back and forth half one. It's been a blur almost. Focus on the here and now and whether Northwood will be able to utilize this timeout to close out the series 2-0 and be your NECC Division 1 Nationals champions or not.
Yeah, it's what's on their minds, and as close as you are, and I think there might have been, you know, I don't even want to say overconfident, but it's always there, knowing how close you can be, and as you inch even closer to it, how can you manage to keep yourselves calm, cool, and collected, where it's almost Fisher that I'm kind of starting to feel them sweat. They're starting to scramble, realizing what is at stake. Their first time losing to this Northwood squad within the last couple of months after they have dominated the spring semester.
We've seen it again. The confidence surging. I think forcing Fisher into some of these frontier fights. And I hate that they're running it back, but I feel like it's going to mean, like, again, that it's going to be a flash and we'll miss the conclusion of this series. Showstopper again. One of the ults is always kickstarting these rounds. This has a dish take and
I know exactly.
how does he get away with almost a third? Enough damage dealt the information corner anyways. Feels like even Death has set up his team to clutch out the rest of the round.
Tripwires are there, but the secret's already out. No need to keep hunting Northwood. They have 3 ultimates, Sobi.
They should try to save all they can to close this out in a 13-9 fashion. Don't want to use them now. You have great cross, you have numbers. You still have util left like that.
Well, they're just gonna put the Nightfall out and more of a zoning tool. Slow down
One's
time
okay.
bank.
Don't use
One's
all
okay. Well, they might.
No,
Depends on how desperate they are. The time is low on this spike. You have the paint shells. That will force them off of it just a little longer. Showstopper from Furbs, of course, an option, but you are okay. Time is at a minimum. Blast.
They're not on.
They're not on the spike. They can do nothing about it. And Northwood 1 round away from glory.
Match point.
And Coach Show reading your calls like a book there, Tiny, Shiny. And yeah, just the way they were managing the cages, the perpetual smokes, trying to get a stick through on that spike was near perfection. Tag teaming from Northwood University to nullify the impact of that post plant utility was the attempt at a Fisher College that just falls short a little too late. So again, we mentioned saving these ults, utilizing them into one last hurrah.
I need to
Speaking of one last hurrah, Fisher College, we talked about it, they've become simplified, one-dimensional even, taking early engagements as their MO, and that again could cause a quick upturn on the round. Ooh, I like this. Take the heavy fight, pivot the heavy fight. Maybe you get a surprise element, but look at this. Northwood University take 2 steps back. They don't like what they saw.
Yeah, but look where Fisher's going. When you see the group moving on out, that's not where you want to be. Fish hunting packs, apparently. What we're watching on the rotation is there. Everybody on Northwood regrouping to avenge their fallen teammates. Their local theft up. Locations are revealed. See the heavy presence towards B. It'll be a rotation to at least the opposite side of the map. Now, as for what site they will go for, Fisher College know that they have to switch it up after the cards have been revealed.
All right, Benji. So you do your job. Let's see you clear this close corner with that remaining Prowler here, because that is a shotgun. Because his hand and the smoke is set. So is the game.
The judges there! With a flick over to Furbza. Just had to spam for the best. Dalton a 1-for-1 win. Throwing out everything he's got at the tank. It actually ends up getting Noble stepping into the fire once more, but this time it won't be his own win. He's going to keep moving on up. Fisher College, they are not done it out, and it is off the back of this Brimstone that they are still in it.
And Wit is usually quiet, but when called upon, gets to deliver that delay utility, that over the strike timing after, because finally gets traded, is near perfection. And this is what we call closure syndrome in Valorant. You make mistakes you normally don't. Again, you're not as thorough as you should be. Again, Prowler should be superseding any of that entrance into the smoke, or a flash, or any ounce of utility when you are in control. And there was 30 seconds left. They didn't have to double down. They didn't have to refight through that choke, through the molly, through the storms of the flames. But there they are, and here we are, double digits Fisher College, making it seem like this wasn't going to be a one-sided affair. If we get a 2-0 in 11-13, 11-13 fashion, but Northwood win, I'm done. Give a raise to the script writers.
Yeah. The script writers, I mean, honestly, they would deserve it at that point, but there's more than fight that we're going to see. Sight, run it back, Alexander leaps into his own demise. As Fisher College is the battle that they had feelings they were going to win. They're investing the resources to do it, and Only Benji left standing. The chances for a 13-11 Zobi seem to be more and more likely with every passing second. This spike in the middle of a site. 3 players playing angles. Benji will be spotted out by this Cypher camera, and Blast will put him down into the earth.
Yeah, Fisher College gets to 11. It's expected from the half-by situation that Northwood University was under, but again, they've been safe harboring these ultimates, or the opportunities have been stripped out from under them like a rug for Fisher College in these early style engagements. And we got our question answered. Benji's previous timeout was the first one for Northwood, and this is the perfect timing to do it. And this is the best position, the best feeling to be in as a coach. All you need is 1 round. You worry about the big picture fixes later. In the VOD recession, here and now, it's 1 round or overtime, and you have 3 ults, and you have the weaponry. It's here now.
You have the ultimates to do it, but in terms of the money, I'm not exactly sure where that is going to stand after that previous round loss. It's been a good amount of tracing. Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
The Stinger maybe could afford some like light shields, regen shields, but it would have been a waste to think full force like that. They would have thrown away this substantial 8-4 lead that they had at the half.
Yeah, 8-4, as you said, double the success of their opponents, and to have it slip through their fingers here would be devastating. You don't want to play a map 3. You don't want to go to Breeze. The Timberwolves, they work so hard to get to this point, to build that lead, and a chance at pure poetry is here within round number 24 as Northwood ends it all here, going down 11-13 twice to Fisher previously, can flip the script entirely.
That's the question mark. Northwood University have started slow. They've been methodical, not wanting to fight into traps or head-on collisions. Here, though, with so little back in the A fight, they're going fast, furious, flushing players out 1 step at a time. So they can streamline Son of Cars entry into the space. The answer back to the double duelist is dueling.
But Fisher, they're finding the shot. Blast flashed out, but it's still a 1-for-1. Those are all the ultimates that Northwood have to push into the point. The majority of the utility is gone. You have to find the way to work through this with your own weapons. Combat Sim on Blast. Just can use it to reposition.
And this is what I mentioned last time at this about 30-second mark. They re-accelerated it through the choke instead of reeling back, instead of recalibrating, redeciding the best course of action. And I love this because number 1, the stack was there. It's a correct identification. Number 2, it sets Alexander up for a perfect backstab opportunity on the rotates when they eventually get to the B site. When the strap bar, when the spy camp make contact for Fisher College, it's going to be the red herring, the distraction factor that should be the tipping element for Northwood University to get numbers back.
It's shocking that Fisher haven't made a move until now and how long Noise has been cut. But eventually, they will have to. Don't know that that trip has been destroyed. It's the go button, but here comes Alexander.
30 seconds left.
It's going to cause a sound trigger to jump down from this angle, and that window of timing is now missed.
Noah's position at all. You already have an it factor. You already have the flank. You don't need to double down. But if you're double faking it, maybe you do. Now it's a flank upon a flank. Now it's going to buy time to ensure safe passage of the spike, so no one can run interference on that main play.
Do they get there though? I don't even think they can do it. It's going to have to be so fast. But Alexander, he is here to slow it down. The spike has to be planted here and now, and Benji will be able to grab it.
This feels like it. It feels poetic. The double 13-11 coming Northwood University's way. Unless these duelists can say something about it. The 2v4 plays well to scale, to isolate, to at least allow them to confirm Sans control, but Noble off site. This feels impossible. Tiny Shiny.
Fisher College, 2v4, fighting against the world. Their dominance in the question for the spring season, and it will be ended right here. Northwood flip the script, and they are going to be your NECC Nationals Valorant champions.
And it's just fist bumps all around from the coaching staff. Again, this is the expectation they've set for themselves. It's not a surprise, hence maybe the celebration not being as explosive, as dynamic as you want, but you can see the deadpan expressions of Fisher, the realization setting in that when it mattered, they couldn't push it over the line. Once again, the Lanimals of Northwood delivers to the online Fishers. Must go back and think about what has happened.
The smallest difference is 13-11, both of the games that we saw today. Whether that's a pattern or not, it was Northwood that's gone through. It almost seems like they're just frozen, quite literally, after the shock of what just happened. Northwood, a team who they've had the number of for this semester. They can't defend that title they got in Division 1 just weeks ago.
Or that trophy of eliminating, right? Them from Steve Outlaw's contention and neither of them even got to make it to those grand finals in the first place in that same bucket of top 4. And again, this is a rivalry in the collegiate space for a reason. It continues to deliver, but Northwood continue to prove that they rule over any CC Division 1. For new challengers, for challengers of old, it does not matter. And again, for players like Furbza and Benji, who have been with this team for now half a decade, right? Since 2022. It's crazy to see this stability that they have been able to found, the institution they have been able to set, and for the grounds and the basis here as well in the Ford Scholastic Esports Championship, maybe set Northwood apart as the team to be in every title.
Yeah, Northwood once again will reign on top, not only of Valorant, but every title that they have participated in this weekend. And what a statement just to this esports program. If you've been around the collegiate scene for a while, you've heard the name Northwood before, but that dominance does not shake it. It will not be shaken here today as they have the trophy ready to be claimed. It's really pretty colors, I will say. I love it when it's so shiny.
Smooth,
It's
too.
so
You wouldn't
smooth.
guess that it's 3D printed either, and the
That's so
gemstones
pretty.
are a nice compliment to elevate its structure, its stature as well. But here we go. Northwood University once again rising to the top. Your collegiate kings, claim your trophy, lift your prize. The Timberwolves roar loud here in the night, in the final evening of San Antonio, Texas at the Boeing Tech for Northwood University.
It's here one final time for the final trophy to be given away. It appears this is
Okay, here we go. This
Okay.
is filled with ducks to celebrate their ECAC trophy earlier. I put the trophy out there. I was like, I'm leaving them there. It's a surprise waiting to happen.
the look on the face of Coach Joe there really thought that he was losing his mind for a second. He's like, is that a duck in my trophy?
I mean, he's been so busy. He has a 5 a.m. flight. It's okay for him to be delirious at this point. But again, congratulations to both of these teams for their achievements already. Again, Fisher, they're also balancing this so much here again on the stage amidst their individual commitments to other VCL teams. And again, it's all about development while continuing your education. That's the benefit of programs like these, and we love the support that they have. Again, there were 12 Fisher teams here at the Ford Scholastic Esports Championship, and even though they couldn't get a trophy here today, I'm sure everyone back home can be proud.
And they certainly will be. Probably to get a whole new checked bag, honestly, for the trophies that they will be bringing home with them this weekend. But as we continue to move on with the rest of the day, or rather, end the day, it's been one heck of a ride here this weekend at the Boeing Center here in San Antonio. So many teams came from around the country, collegiate and high school alike.
And it's such an honor to have joined you on this journey, Tiny Shiny, because it's basically the last game time will be wrapping up here as well in the arena, so the crowd shifts, the spectators have a full witness spectacle to what the brawl of the collegiate environment is. So all in all, it's been an honor, and again, I feel like we knew it was going to go double digits. We knew it was going to be scrappy. I think you were asking, like, oh, who's kind of favorite in this series? And we were like, Fisher's won the last 2 times, but something inside me was like, I feel like North would have a bone to pick. They have more to lose here in terms of their honor and defending their NECC titles of previous seasons, and
yeah.
I think that tenacity is what came out in the server today, right? They toned down the ceiling inspector. You didn't even get your son of Car Odin at once.
I know. I'm so sad. And like honestly, after the ECAC finals match this morning, I was on the page of like, you know, is this like a troll? Is this team just that good? And I think I had a little bit of just bias having seen them play that way. I'm like, all right, okay, if they can cook like this, then what else can they do? And this is what it is when they are pushed to their limits. It's not like this was a sweep by any means. It was a toss-up from the start. The only thing that I think proved it wrong was just the previous results from earlier on the season in NECC, in CVAL, you name it. It's been the Falcons all over the place.
And again, a big praise to as well the hardships that Northwood has gone under. I mean, how can you account for not 1 but 2 broken fingers amongst differing teammates on your teams? So much so that one of your original subs can't play, and number 2 that your coach has to step in because somebody is still under that eligibility window developing into this roster. So again, the fact that this isn't even the Northwood roster at full strength is a testament to the victory today. And I will say thank you again to Noble for stepping in then for this team. I'm sure sure he had a blast at this experience, right? Getting pulled in, getting Chipotle as well over at ECAC and the works. It's an opportunity that you cannot replace. I mean, give a big shout out to the other teams that competed here in the Division 1 NECC Valor Nationals, right? We had Bakery Sports, again, players choosing to play here instead of walk the stage at graduation. You also had UCSD Navy, one of the only West Coast teams actually represented here in San Antonio, Texas. And of course, we had UNCW, right? Not too far from my own hometown. Again, I will say, North Carolina Esports developing so fast that I cannot wait to see where they are in a few years. And who am I missing? I feel bad. Is there one more team? 3 teams per. 3 teams per. I said it. Fisher and Northwood, UNCW and Baker, UCSD. Do you not know either, Tiny?
Zoe.
It's
You
been a
don't
long
know.
day.
I don't know. You're like the Valorant pro over here. I've been following your lead, and like I've learned so much about collegiate Valorant. Hey, as somebody that hasn't been exposed into collegiate Valorant
so
until
stupid when I know
fully
which team it was.
in this tournament, like I'm actually so hyped for this. I want to follow the journey of these teams. I want to see where their next steps are going to be because they have some insane stories, and I'm just like. I'm a fiend.
Oh my
like,
god, it was
just crazy
NC
name of things.
State. I casted their match versus Baker on the
That's
next
even
day.
worse. So be. I'm disappointed in you. Come
Well,
on.
it doesn't matter because, again, the full focus is on our victors here today. Northwood University again. I believe they have been like in almost every single grand finals for NECC Nationals, even back to CCC where I want to say they're up against like Blinn or something. Again, I've been following these players for years, and it's great to like see them be like, hey, how are things? And they're like, yeah, it's pretty good. And they're playing with new players too. They're bringing up new talent, right? For example, the UCSD Navy roster. I was talking to them, and like most of them are graduating. They're gonna have one freshman to pick up the mantle next year. Probably start a whole new recruitment cycle with their new esports lab as well. So once again, proving that they're not just building kind of experiences, memories for themselves, but a concrete developmental structure within their institutions that can make change for the better.
As is the life with Scholastic Esports in general. Players moving in, the ultimate goal to get them to graduation, to get them to that next level, and sometimes within competition itself, seeing how these players can develop both on and off the stage in the competition, the skills that they get, the friends that they make, some of the craziest things that the best experiences you will have within your time competing and attending a school is incredible. This is something I always like to talk about. Is anytime I'll interview players before these matches, I always ask, what are you looking forward to most about these lands? Like to see the other players, to see these people in person, the peers, the friends, maybe some frenemies across the teams that we have witnessed so far.
Wow. Amidst those teams, one stands apart. Again, Northwood University. And with that, we are actually in for a treat, Tiny Shiny. We are preparing for an interview with the entirety of Northwood. Primarily Furbsa will be the one answering the questions again, one of the most tenured on this team. And honestly, I would argue one of the ones who made that big splash impact on that raise, on Fracture. Had that flexibility as well to jump around the chamber when required for this team amidst the role substitutions here and there. So, again, great to see. And, again, that's that player that I joke is like, oh, I was going to retire, and I'll back. Again, the Northwood call summons you, and there's nothing you can do. And those are the type of results that they deliver. So, on all Tiny Shiny, thank you so much again for calling these grand finals with me. It's been a blast this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Again, we had Valorant across multiple stages. We had, again, Aurora series
Yes.
as well. We have Fisher, obviously, who was represented in that. But Northwood Game Changers win.
I don't know. It's,
I'll have to pull the director aside later for that one. Yep.
Add that to the interview list of questions.
The director's not going to be there. The player's going to be like, I don't know. Oh. But with that, again, we are trying to get that interview underway again. Because the venue is closing, because it is the end of Championship Sunday, things are being broken down. Our players are getting packed up so they can leave. They can celebrate their victory. Many players also have really early flights the next morning, right, to get back to. Yes, obviously classes, I hope, are over. Finals are, I hope, are over at this point. And they're gearing up for a fun summer. But all in all, only time will tell. And hopefully Northwood can tell us the answers to all our questions. Tiny, what questions would you have for Northwood that I can carry on to them?
Oh. Well, I want to ask about the ducks that were just spilled on the stage when they were trying to leave.
I want to ask about the stuffed animals, obviously.
Oh, that's
gonna be
true.
one. I
That's
wanna
a good
ask-
one.
I want to ask for the players that have been there for a while, since obviously Forbes is going to be at least guaranteed one of the interviews, what it's been like, going through these roster shifts over time, seeing players graduate around you or move on to other opportunities. Maybe what their favorite memory has been across all of this, because they have been around now for 4+ years with this roster, and see if it still is something such as lifting a trophy on the global stage with Red Bull Campus Clutch Worlds. There's so much that we can talk about with this squad, and it is going to be set up. It's going to be coming soon. Gotta make sure we can shed a light on those things.
I see
here
what you did there.
and Now,
I see what you did there. That was a good one. Yeah.
But-
Only we have the contact, so it was a little bit funny, but yeah, I think too, like with this being this is kind of the last thing too for the entirety of the school year. We're
yeah, both are out of
pretty
CVAL, right? And that happens
Yeah.
next weekend. But
well, yeah, well that's
week and
too.
a half?
But like we're like deep into May at this point. Classes more likely than not have ended for the time being. Students get ready for summer break or whatever might else be held for them. For some, it is continued competition within CVAL, within Tier 2, wherever they might be continuing to develop. And that's what collegiate has kind of turned into, especially at the top levels. It's a place for players to not only continue to grow as individuals, to get a degree, to have another option for a career later in life, but also get the opportunity to have their skills put under the spotlight and be picked up by these other teams. And we're seeing it more and more frequently across several game titles. Valorant, of course, a great example, and even representatives between the teams we just saw on the stage.
Well, with that tiny, shiny, I am excited to welcome in our champions, our Northwood Timberwolves. So I'm going to bid you a good night for the time being. You'll be back with me to close out the show. But we have Ferbsta on the line and jumping in to get a little bit more context on the win and on the series that we were able to witness.
It's like stuck right there.
Oh, and it's been unplugged. They cannot hear you. Give it a sec. But hello. I will talk for you for the time being. Congratulations on the win. Yeah, get that trophy lifted back up while they plug things back in. Get some ducks out there. I'll show the camera so they know what you guys were surprised by on the stage. There it is, lighting and all. You can't even see the duck. It's purple. Is there a blue one in there for the Northwood blue?
Nah, I might have spilled it.
Dang. I spilled it too much. All right. Are we back? Production. Here, let's pass our mic. All right, let's do this. We got this. All right. I think these all can hear each other quite well, but we'll talk into the mic. All right, first off, how you feeling? Another champion, another trophy?
I'm feeling good. As always, that's usually what we say after we win. We keep it short. I'm proud of our team because it's kind of like a newer iteration of a Northwood roster, with Son of Carr and Alexander, and we're playing with someone from our academy team who did super well the whole tournament. I mean, he did insane. So I'm just proud of the team for getting the win.
And for you guys in particular, right? You and Badgie, you've been here since the beginning, since those campus clutch days of lifting a trophy on the international stage. What's it been like to see players move on, graduate, go after other programs, and you guys still be here and be the core that uplifts this new talent, like you mentioned, to trophies, to victories?
It's pretty cool to meet new people. And learn their play styles and build new chemistry. I'm probably on my way out soon, so I can't really talk on that, but it's just I don't know, it's cool. It's cool seeing new faces.
Well, speaking of new faces, we saw many new faces on the stage alongside you guys, your little mascots, your plushies, partners in crimes. Tell us the backstory behind those.
Me and my girlfriends have always collected fugglers. They're called fugglers, and they're just these funny looking characters. And I brought one to LAN. It's like a shark. And then all my teammates followed suit, and they all got one. And so it's just become our thing.
Nice. So 2 questions on that. Why the shark for you? And why were you having so much fun showing it off to the camera before the match? We did see that, by the way.
We just love our fugglers. The shark is my girlfriend got me the shark, so I'm just attached to it. And I like sharks. So, and it's supposed to be Jaws. But we like playing around with it. It's like our cool little thing.
Amazing. And obviously this weekend, NECC was not the only title you claimed over there at ACAC. I know you got dragged into that one. So how was it being so flexible this weekend? You know, playing 2 different map pools. You got a set today, for example, and there was a chance of buying in this grand finals. How have you stayed so in the moment map-wise? Maybe even we can talk about meta-wise, because we saw you right on the Chamber, on the Rays, kind of flipping on a dime too.
At Northwood, we don't really like practice, at least our Valorant squad. So like everything's just like on the fly. We're just like winging it. So like new metas, new comps, it's like we can always adapt because it's just what we've been doing for years. I mean, it's just like the way we play.
Amazing. 2 more questions. The first one, again, is more specific to this grand finals and Fisher specifically, right? You guys lost to them in the spring grand finals and in CVAL. So what was different this time around, and why does this win matter the most?
Last time we played them in CVAL, I was with our coach, Coach Joe. Shout out Coach Joe. He's not the reason we lost though, right? But like, obviously not playing with your full 5, like it puts you at a disadvantage. I don't think Fisher had their full 5 like today either, but I don't know. We play Fisher like every week, it feels like at this point. So I don't really know what to say. I mean, I know them well. We just constantly play them.
Well, this one was extra poetic because it was like you getting 11-13, 11-13 in CVAL, and then you proceeded 13-11, 13-11. But I lied. I thought of another question before we close out, which is, again, you mentioned this coming to be the end of your time here, possibly at Northwood. What has been your favorite memory across all of the years, all of the iterations alongside the Timberwolves?
That's really hard to say. I mean, like, I've always enjoyed the Texas lands, like especially. Like, I really like Texas a lot. I like this venue a lot. This has been like one of my favorite. Like, I really like my like newer teammates. Like, I've had a good chance to connect with them, and it's just been a super cool event.
Amazing. Well, you said you love Texas, so to close this off, what are you and your team going to go do to celebrate your evening before flying on? I know Coach Joe has like a 5 a.m. flight tomorrow morning. And is there anyone you want to shout out or thanks for the victory today?
We're probably going to go like to the Riverwalk because like that's what we did the other year. I really want to shout out like my girlfriend because she's staying at home with our son and she's sick. So like I'm just so grateful for her for like staying home and taking care of our son. I mean, she means the world to me, so shout out to her and my son.
That is amazing and so wholesome to hear. And you should give some little ducks to your son. I think you'll have fun with that more than the trophy. It's kind of pointy, be careful. But thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. Enjoy the San Antonio Riverwalk. I love it too. And congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. I'm going to put this back on and close out. You are free to go. Thank you so much. And with that as well, we get to round out our Ford Scholastic Esports Championship. It has been an honor to join you once again. It was Zobi and Tiny Shiny calling you through the action to close out our NECC Division 1 Valorant Grand Finals. And thank you once again to the Army National Guard. Remember to find your calling because Uncommon is calling at Army National Guard. And with that, as the final game to close out the day, we wish you a great good night.